never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Senate has failed once again to advance another measure aimed at ending the government shutdown.
This was the scene in the Senate Tuesday.
The motion upon reconsideration is not agreed to.
The shutdown has stretched into its fourth week. This comes as a group of Democratic states in Washington, D.C. are suing the Trump administration as millions are set to lose food assistance on Saturday. Meanwhile, flight delays are starting to pile up as air traffic control towers deal with staffing issues. I'm Mark Needfield.
A federal judge in San Francisco extended a ruling which prevents the Trump administration from laying off federal workers during the shutdown.
The judge extended an earlier temporary order stopping any job firings while a lawsuit is pending. The administration has targeted job cuts in education, health, and elsewhere, which the judge said exceeds authority. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell says the December interest rate cut is not certain, following today's quarter-point reduction, which is the second in a row.
In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside. A challenging situation. There is no risk-free path for policy as we navigate this tension between our employment and inflation goals.
He noted the government shutdown limited data for decisions. The benchmark rate now ranges from 3.75 to 4%, with cuts potentially lowering mortgage, credit card, and auto loan rates for consumers. Israel resumed the ceasefire in Gaza today after striking dozens of Hamas targets in response to a violation that killed an Israeli soldier. President Trump said the ceasefire holds, but warned Hamas must behave or could be terminated, noting international offers to assist. Hamas reported finding 2 more hostage bodies while families remain cautious about claims. Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bells, the Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped 74 points, the S&P 500 lost less than a point, and the Nasdaq gained 130 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
In Europe, for example, regulators have approved more than twice as many biosimilars as the United States.
The White House is unveiling a new plan to lower U.S. prescription drug costs.
This is a victory for patients, for innovation, and for common sense.
Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says the FDA will make it easier for biosimilars drugs, similar to already approved medications, to enter the market by cutting red tape and streamlining clinical trial requirements. Dozens of protesters have left a neighborhood in California after what appeared to be a federal immigration operation.
Homeland Security agents with an armored vehicle descended on an Oxnard apartment building early this morning. Video shows at least one person being taken into custody before agents left the neighborhood in several SUVs and cars. The video also shows a person throwing something at one of the vehicles in the convoy. The Oxnard Police Department says it was contacted by the Department of Homeland Security, which said it was serving a search warrant in the area at about 6 a.m. I'm Daniel Martindale.
Halloween is almost here, and that means pumpkin carving and maybe some self-inflicted trauma.
Every year, there are about 2,000 pumpkin carving ER visits coast to coast. An additional 4,000 people report carving wounds, but those are handled with Band-Aids, not stitches or surgery. The damage is done with a simple slip of the knife because a dull knife requires more force to navigate, which makes them slip. The Cooking Guild says to avoid a laceration, puncture wound, or digit amputation, sharpen your knives before carving. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Alrighty then, cue the microphone. What do you say? Here we go. Just like that, a new day comes our way. As we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone, welcome. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. With a chilly rain falling outside the secret bunker, 45 degrees. Yeah, but actually heard a rumble of thunder. A little chilly for that, isn't it? Yeah, we got some showers. Nothing severe, but man, oh man, what a rainy night in the eastern USA. Now the progression from west to east. Shower activity beginning to wind down in the Indianapolis area. Yeah, much of southern Indiana still seeing plenty of rain. Ohio, you're locked in. Showers, and as I mentioned, the occasional rumble of thunder. Now we've got rain extending from New York City to Washington, D.C., southward. Things become a little more scattered through western and central North Carolina, but rain in Columbia, South Carolina. Yeah, the wraparound, still some lingering showers there in Nashville, Tennessee. Just a rainy night. As our storm system, in many areas, it's considered beneficial rain. So we'll break it down for you. But yeah, you'll spend potentially, 100 miles in the pouring rain, as Josh Malloy says. Another dark night on the interstate. Let's get it started. As we fully expected, we knew when the sun came up there on Wednesday morning, especially in western Jamaica, the sights were not going to be pleasant. Many areas in the western portions of the Caribbean island, they're saying as many as 80% of buildings have no roofs left. They're gone. Kingston, the capital there, they were pretty much spared the worst of the hurricane. It was the western parts of the island that ultimately experienced what is described as total devastation. According to the Minister of Energy, Transport, and Telecommunications, officials added that there is a total communication blackout in the region that took the brunt of Melissa's Wrath Tuesday. A lot of flooding around the city of Mandeville, Jamaica. Homes submerged, cars submerged. Basically impossible to get out of the city. We know the death toll is going to rise. At this point, at least 24 deaths have been reported across the Caribbean. Most of those have actually, believe it or not, been in Haiti due to the flooding there, according to the Associated Press. Obviously, the number may rise as officials assess the extensive damage in the wake of the storm. Many tourists who couldn't leave Jamaica before the arrival experienced the storm's full force and are now temporarily stranded on the island due to flight cancellations. We had to just hunker down in our rooms and ride out the storm. Deborah Shields, who was on the island, interviewed by AccuWeather this past day, one of more than a dozen tourists from the United States who were at the Grand Palladium Jamaica Resort in Port Lucia, Jamaica. She said, "We're doing fine. We're all okay, but the sound, I don't think I'll ever forget. The door sounded like it was about to break down. In fact, there's a big crack in the door because of the winds. Sounded like somebody grabbing the handle, pushing, trying to get in. But that went on for hours. One of the scariest things I've experienced in my entire life." She's from Houston, Texas. Yeah, she joined AccuWeather from the Grand Palladium Jamaica Resort. The area devastated. She's among about 15 tourists stranded there. It may take days for the full assessment to be completed there. Based on expert analysis, the preliminary damage and economic loss has bumped up to somewhere from $48 to $52 billion. Realizing that there's no infrastructure that could have withstood a Category 5 hurricane. Question now becomes the speed of recovery. That's going to be the challenge. with mandatory evacuations issued in areas where the worst of the flooding and storm surge were expected. Storm chaser Brandon Clement was there on the island, but he says undoubtedly a humanitarian crisis may be unfolding here in the wake of Melissa. So as far as what is the international community doing, the United States is deploying several dozen disaster relief workers, including urban search and rescue teams, to Caribbean island nations dealing with the devastation. Disaster assistance response team personnel from Washington and regional hubs in Miami and Costa Rica, as well as the urban search and rescue crews from Los Angeles, California, and Fairfax County, Virginia, are en route to the region, according to State Department officials this past day, expected to arrive in the next 24 to 48 hours, joining up with local staff in Jamaica, as well as the Bahamas and Dominican Republic, where they're going to be based to offer help in the neighboring Haiti, where they spoke to reporters because they weren't yet on the ground. But dozens of people dead, widespread destruction, of course, across Cuba, Haiti, Jamaica. The State Department officials today expect the U.S. response to the hurricane to be robust, efficient, and effective, dismissing concerns that the dismantling of the U.S. Agency for International Development, which had previously overseen these sort of operations, is going to hinder their work. The U.S. government shutdown also not a factor, according to officials. The people needed for the operation had been exempted from the furloughs that have affected other federal agencies. It's not immediately clear if the DART team members would be paid immediately for their work, but the search and rescue teams are employed by their localities. Their services are covered by long-term existing contracts, they tell us. They said anticipated needs will include supplies, obviously hygiene kits, temporary housing, sanitation equipment, and food, which will be drawn from warehouses in Miami and from local stockpiles maintained by various aid groups. Officials in the U.S. military's Tampa Bay Southern Command said the Pentagon could play a role in transporting personnel and supplies to some of the remote areas in the affected countries. A decision on the scale of that involvement has not yet been made. Manny Ortiz, Southern Command spokesman, said plans for military support for the other disaster assistance teams are currently being reviewed. As a preparatory measure, we have initiated planning to deploy a situational assessment team that will be tasked with evaluating the conditions in those hurricane-stricken areas and the unique requirements for timely, effective, life-saving, urgent humanitarian aid. Further discussion on potential U.S. support is going to be based on those assessments, they tell you. It's too soon to speculate on what that support may ultimately consist of. Of course, the Trump administration has built up a military presence in the Caribbean, part of the crackdown on drug trafficking, which includes those strikes on boats being operated by the cartels. Pentagon says they're sending an aircraft carrier to join the 8 warships, series of aircraft, and thousands of troops that are already in the region. Navy and Pentagon officials say the hurricane has not had any effect on their military operations at this point. All right. Devastation in Jamaica as expected. Melissa, meanwhile, she's not done after crossing southeastern Cuba, making official landfall little after 3 o'clock a.m. there Wednesday morning. Continues now moving through the eastern Bahamas as I'm not sure, it's sustained winds at 100 miles per hour. I believe that would be Category 2 if memory serves. But continuing to head now possibly for impacts in Bermuda. undoubtedly this monster storm producing surf conditions, especially along the east coast of southern and central Florida, where you have surf advisories, beach erosion, and things of that nature taking place. We'll take a look a bit closer to home, the lower 48, where it's a very chilly night deep into the south central USA. For many areas, this is going to be the first hard freeze of the season, all the way into central portions of Texas tonight. Freeze warnings from Abilene to San Angelo, Texas, all the way down to Sonora Junction, Mason, Texas, on the southern end. A chilly night as our frontal system brings in some of the coolest air of the season so far. That cold is going to continue sweeping off to the east as we head toward Halloween. Speaking of which, it's Halloween Eve, is it not? Yes, 30th day of October as we turn the page on the calendar, rolling toward the weekend, Friday Eve. Our number, 844-844-3388. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Meanwhile, Game 5 in the World Series is in the books. I saw Pappy had posted a photo. His oldest daughter did indeed get to attend the game here a few hours ago. For those Dodgers fans, not the best of nights. Can't recall that starting pitcher's name for the Blue Jays, but 7 solid innings, 12 strikeouts. Yeah, Blue Jays win Game 5. Final score was 6-1. Now, what that means is they will head back to Toronto for a Game 6 and, if necessary, Game 7. But that means Blue Jays will have home field advantage. The odds obviously in their favor. One more win, and they are World Series champions. LA's got their work cut out for them. It'd be difficult to go into Toronto and take 2 consecutive games to turn it around, but it's not over till the fat lady sings. So Thursday night will be an off night. Game 6 will be Friday evening, and if needed, a Game 7 Saturday. So one way or another, someone, either the Dodgers or the Blue Jays, will be World Series champions by the time we come back to kick off the new week, next Monday morning. Meanwhile, I mentioned, yes, a rainy night, rain. It's been raining off and on much of the day here outside the secret bunker, southwest Ohio. It's much needed rain for portions of Kentucky, Tennessee, North Carolina, all the way up into Maine. With a generally 1 to 2 inches for most. Locals may see local amounts close to 4 inches. But we're talking a region, much of which is in short-term and in some cases long-term drought conditions. And the way the rains have been coming down at a general slow pace, allowing much of that to be absorbed. We're not seeing these incredible torrential downpours too much in short time. As the storm lifts northward, though, here into Thursday, there's going to be a pocket of just enough warm, humid air to produce some thunderstorms in parts of eastern Virginia, eastern North Carolina, Delmarva, maybe southern New Jersey later today. A handful of those may be severe with gusty winds and torrential downpours. But the combination of the drenching rain, gusty winds will be obviously slowing travelers on the highways. Could see additional airline delays, which, of course, the airlines are already suffering delays with the staffing shortages for air traffic controllers due to the ongoing government shutdown. But that busy corridor from Washington, D.C. To Philadelphia, New York City, Boston, as we look toward Thursday night, the bulk of those storms, the drenching rain, the onshore winds will, by that point in time, be focused on much of New England. But there is some colder air sweeping in with this. In the higher terrain of the Appalachians, the Adirondacks, the Green and White Mountains, could see some flurries as that chilly air invades the region just in time for Halloween. We could see several inches of snow maybe over the higher terrain from northeastern New York on up into northern Maine. Thursday night, that swath of accumulating snow likely to occur in sparsely populated areas of central, northeastern Quebec from Friday to Saturday. Meanwhile, the wind chills with the cold air sweeping in, wind gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour at times for Halloween. That means the trick-or-treaters are going to have to bundle up, maybe several layers. Wind chills will be in the teens and 20s from the Appalachians to the Midwest as darkness falls Halloween. East of the Appalachians, wind chills will be mainly in the 40s, maybe dipping into the 30s at times. Weather pattern here for the second half of the weekend into the weekend. Indeed, bringing the chilliest nights and some of the coolest days we've seen for much of the southeastern USA since back last spring, late March and early April. Some of the rural areas in the lower part of the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley, and the interior southeast may actually experience a bit of frost on the coldest nights as we roll through the upcoming weekend. Brr. All right, change of the seasons coming on. Hello to Jeffrey out of the box there in southern Florida. Good morning, Steve and the overnight family. Shorty rolling I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia, hanging on at 60 degrees. Hey, I'll trade you a 45 for a 60. How about that? Orlando, turnaround number 2 underway there. Hello from Bob in Michigan. There's Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. It's round 3 to Schenectady tonight. 51 degrees in Newburgh, New York at this hour. All right, Michael, what's up, people? Good to have you with us. Kevin, good morning. Steve, the overnight crew. Hello to Dwayne from South Lebanon, Ohio. Tank is in the house. Morning, Steve and the gang. We're back at the home 20. Got 51 degrees, a little rain here at the farm in southwest Tennessee. Getting ready to hit the hay. It's been a long trip as usual, right? Everybody, truck safe. Have a blessed day. Tony says, hello, Steve, and the entire Hotshot Nation from southern Illinois along the banks of the Ohio River. 51 degrees on a rainy night here. Gilligan, morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. It's a rainy night on 220, 48 degrees at Boone's Mill, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Jerry says, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and the Hotshot Secret for keeping us stocked up and everything you do for the overnight hours. Now, David said the iPhone app's playing Mondays. It may say, it probably says October 21, but just ignore the date that shows up on the app. Yeah, we're live here on a Thursday, 30th of October in 2025. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Senate has failed once again to advance another measure aimed at ending the government shutdown.
This was the scene in the Senate Tuesday.
Duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion upon reconsideration is not agreed to.
The shutdown has stretched into its fourth week. This comes as a group of Democratic states in Washington, D.C. are suing the Trump administration as millions are set to lose food assistance on Saturday. Meanwhile, flight delays are starting to pile up as air traffic control towers deal with staffing issues. I'm Mark Needfield.
A federal judge in San Francisco extended a ruling which prevents the Trump administration from laying off federal workers during the shutdown.
It was during Tuesday's hearing the judge extended an earlier temporary order stopping any job firings while a lawsuit is pending. The administration has targeted job cuts in education, health, and elsewhere, which the judge said exceeds authority. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
As we make our way into a new day, phone lines open at 844-844-3388. I see some of the headlines where the Democrats are touting the government shutdown and the president is MIA. Now, there's technically not a darn thing the president can do to get the government reopened, as we lose count of how many opportunities the Senate has had to reopen. This past day's vote, was it 13? Was it 14? Again, I'm losing track. But day after day, what the president is doing is meeting with other world leaders and undoubtedly winning for the United States of America. I saved it from last evening. Never did get a chance to touch on it during our Wednesday morning program. There were concerns of the president going into South Korea about being able to, actually make a deal. Some of the officials in D.C. and Seoul said the big sticking point for an agreement there was the logistics behind President Trump's demand that South Korea invest $350 billion in the United States. Some Korean officials were saying, a direct cash injection would destabilize their economy. They'd rather do loans and loan guarantees. Well, that was 24 hours ago. Where do we stand at this hour? President Trump says, for anybody looking for signs of success from his visit to South Korea, you can start by counting the dollar signs. South Korea has agreed to pay the USA $350 billion for a lowering of the tariffs charged against them by the U.S., according to President Trump via Truth Social. Additionally, they have agreed to buy our oil and gas in vast quantities, and investments in our country by wealthy South Korean companies and businesses will exceed $600 billion. President Trump noted that he's helping South Korea protect itself from North Korea and its ally China. Our military alliance is stronger than ever before, and based on that, I've given them approval to build a nuclear-powered submarine rather than the old-fashioned, far less nimble diesel-powered submarines that they have now. A great trip with a great prime minister, said President Trump. As noted by Reuters, South Korean President Lee Jae-myung had sought permission from the U.S. to reprocess nuclear fuel to power submarines so the nation could improve its tracking of North Korean and Chinese vessels. An existing treaty between the two nations required America's blessing before South Korea could reprocess nuclear fuel. A White House statement noted that Korean Air will purchase 103 Boeing aircraft in a $36.2 billion deal, while also purchasing GE Aerospace engines in a $13.7 billion deal. South Korea's Air Force will contract with L3 Harris Technologies for its airborne warning and control aircraft in a deal worth $2.3 billion. A technology prosperity deal will increase science and technology cooperation with a focus on American artificial intelligence exports as Amazon invests $5 billion through the year 2031 to increase cloud computing capacity in South Korea. HD Hyundai and Cerberus Capital Management will spend $5 billion to modernize American shipyards, while Hanwha Ocean will invest another $5 billion to strengthen Pennsylvania's Philly shipyard workforce. The White House noted that even before reaching South Korea, the president had achieved multiple economic successes. Deals with Malaysia and Cambodia will eliminate or reduce tariffs on U.S. exports. Access to those nations' markets for American companies will increase, according to the White House news release. Meanwhile, Thailand and Vietnam signed trade agreements with the president to lower tariff barriers on American products to increase access for American industrial and agricultural exports. We had the minerals deal with Malaysia that will diversify global supply chains to support American companies that need the rare minerals. Similar agreement was then reached with Thailand. The next major test in this trip comes today. It is the meeting with the Chinese leader Xi Jinping, where they're discussing trade, obviously. President Trump said, quote, "I think we're going to have a very good outcome for our country and for the world, actually." So today, yes, big day. I'm not sure about the time differentials here versus South Korea. I mean, these discussions with the Xi Jinping, it may be underway. I'm not exactly sure timing-wise. But this is going to be the face-to-face meeting with Xi Jinping, a chance for the two world's largest leaders or economies to stabilize relations after months of turmoil over trade issues. The president's aggressive use of tariffs since returning to the White House, combined with China's retaliatory limits on exports of rare earths, have given this meeting some newfound urgency. There is a mutual recognition that neither side wants to risk blowing up the world economy in ways that would jeopardize their own country's fortunes. President Trump says we're going to have a very successful meeting, I have no doubt. As they shook hands, the U.S. president added Xi is a very tough negotiator, with Trump saying that they could sign a deal, but they have a great understanding for each other. So I guess, this is apparently ongoing. When the two were seated, Xi read prepared remarks that stressed a willingness to work together despite differences. Given our different national conditions, we do not always see eye to eye. It's normal for the two leading economies of the world to have friction now and then. In the days leading up to this meeting, U.S. officials, of course, last weekend signaled that the president does not intend to make good on a recent threat to impose an additional 100% import tax on Chinese goods. China has shown signs they're willing to relax their export controls on rare earths and also buy soybeans from America. All right, the meeting began roughly 11 a.m. That's South Korea time. So that was, 10 p.m. Eastern. They've been having talks, we're 2 hours and 43 minutes in. The main venue for the Asian Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit. Trump's helicopter landed at 10:17 a.m. local time with an Air China plane rolling on the tarmac about 10 minutes later. At a dinner at the APEC leaders, President Trump caught on a microphone saying the meeting with Xi would be 3-4 hours, and he would then go home to Washington. So based on that here, maybe another hour if it goes a total of 4. Officials from both countries met earlier in the week to lay out the groundwork for these two world leaders after China's top trade negotiator said they had reached a preliminary consensus. That statement affirmed by U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who said there was a very successful framework. President Trump told reporters while flying to South Korea aboard Air Force One that he may reduce tariffs that he placed on China earlier this year related to its role in making fentanyl. I expect to be lowering that because I believe they're going to help us with the fentanyl situation. The relationship with China is very good, he said. Now, shortly before the meeting began, President Trump posting on Truth Social, the meeting would be the G2, which is a recognition of America and China's status as the world's biggest economies. The Group of 7 and Group of 20 are other forums of industrialized nations. While those summits often happen at luxury spaces, this particular meeting taking place in humbler settings. Trump and Xi talking in a small gray building with a blue roof on a military base adjacent to Busan's International Airport. Obviously, anticipating maybe as we progress through the overnight hours here, some of the news, how successful has the meeting been? We'll bring what we can find to you live as we roll into the brand new day. All right, 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty, as we take a look at some of our industry headlines. We've mentioned the past several more. The big ATA meeting, the American Trucking Association gathering, taking place this week. In the last couple of mornings, we've shared various stories, in particular from Freight Waves and some of the interviews, kind of spelling out how the American Trucking Association in recent years has actually been doing more harm than good when it comes to safety in the trucking industry in the United States. Well, looks like the ATA's kind of taking it on the chin with yesterday's update kind of spelling out one of the big negative aspects of the ATA has been their continual pushing the narrative of this big driver shortage. We're 60,000, 80,000 drivers short. Well, apparently at this 2025 management conference that's going on right now, what's being referenced as a stunning reversal, kind of ditching that narrative, kind of admitting they were wrong, but refusing to offer any sort of an apology. What transpired this past day? We'll break it down for you coming up here. After all this time, maybe it took some of these big headlines actually reaching some of the national news when it comes to the lack of safety, the foreign drivers, as they have been one of the prime suspects in bringing in more foreign workers. We have to have these H-1B drivers. And we see the outcome has been more and more carnage, death, devastation, unsafe drivers out there. So we'll delve a bit more into that coming up first. Prices at the pump, for whatever reason, that I don't, if there possibly could be a correlation with what's going on in the Midwest here, but diesel prices rose sharply over the past week. After several consecutive weeks of decreases, the average price for a gallon of diesel rising nearly 10 cents to $3.62 per gallon, or from $3.62 to $3.71, according to the weekly report from the Energy Information Administration. Every region except the New England region saw a rise in price, but even that decrease was modest. from $3.94 to $3.93, exactly 1 penny. The spike in the national price, driven by the Midwest region, which rose by more than 15 cents per gallon, jumping from $3.56 to $3.71. The Gulf Coast region also rose rather significantly from $3.25 to $3.35, 10 cents a gallon. The West Coast, less the California region rose nearly 9 cents from $4 per gallon last week to $4.09 this week. Prices had been falling each of the last 3 consecutive weeks. The price in each region right now is actually an increase from the same time last year. Now, Midwest, we saw a big jump, and I'm thinking this may be the correlation. Fuel is almost always near the top of concerns in trucking. Costs can be volatile, especially in a down freight market. They can greatly impact your operating cost. Supply is a direct factor, and one state expressing its concern over lower fuel inventories. Earlier this week, South Dakota officials enacted an emergency because of extremely low inventories and, in some cases, outages of propane and other fuel due to the high harvest demand, they tell us. The return of normal supply flows to fuel terminals in South Dakota is unknown, according to the declaration. Supply shortages include gasoline or gasoline blends, diesel, fuel oil, ethanol, propane, jet fuel, and biodiesel, according to state officials. State and federal hours of service regulations have been suspended through November 10 at this point for carriers transporting any of those products in support of the emergency in South Dakota. This applies to interstate commerce. Carriers and drivers operating are not required to carry a copy of the order. As the case always is, ill or fatigued drivers not allowed to take advantage of the relief from the order. If a driver informs their carrier that they need rest, they must be given at least 10 consecutive hours off duty. But all other requirements not specifically mentioned in the South Dakota fuel emergency remain in full effect, they say. ProMiles reporting an average price per gallon of diesel at $3.37 in South Dakota on Tuesday, which was a 3-cent increase from the previous day. AAA also said the price per gallon for fuel in South Dakota increased slightly from the previous day, $3.34 per gallon as of this past day, Wednesday. So there you go. I mean, they had some photos, signs. I don't know. Has anyone seen any fueling locations, truck stops, out of fuel? Like as they were showing some signs of that, posting out of fuel. All right, who we got on board? Rockpick, check it in. Going to head over to the app and tune in. All right, good to have you on board there, Rockpick. Double trucker, 45 degrees. It's a rainy night at the Loves in Lodi. We're hooked up and ready to get back out in this miserable weather tonight. Traffic's been unusually light lately, so that's a good thing. But I'll be tuned in later on the way back to Western New York via the home of free speech, Rumble. Buckeye Boy said President Xi and President Trump talked for about an hour and 40 minutes. So the meeting's already over then. I got you. Cripshot checking in. Good morning, all. Hello to Bill. Morning, everybody. 42 here in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin, on the Pizza Shuttle Express. Last evening by Milwaukee, a semi-truck crashed into another semi, hauling non-flammable hazmat. The driver of the semi that caused the accident fled the scene, and when this was caught and arrested at a nearby gas station, I'm just curious about why that driver fled the scene. Fox 6 News out of Milwaukee, the news source. See if I can find any more details there. All right. Appreciate the heads up, Bill. All right, drivers, have a great night out there and be safe. Drummer Girl, what do we have going on? I-78 East, exit 67, closed due to a multi-tractor trailer accident. This is the, Hellertown, Pennsylvania area. All right, heads up there. All right, now we'll see what Eskimo Mom has to say. Check it in here. But first, we'll get our news break, top of the hour coming up. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tell360.com today to learn more. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tell is here to help you succeed. Visit tell360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 25 states are suing the Trump administration over the suspension of food assistance benefits due to the government shutdown.
The lawsuit, filed Tuesday against the Department of Agriculture, comes as the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, is set to run out of money November 1st. It's expected to affect some 42 million Americans. The lawsuit argues the suspension of the benefits is illegal and a clear violation of the Food and Nutrition Act to pay for benefits in November. The official USDA website blames the government shutdown on Democrats. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A British Muslim commentator is in ICE custody after the U.S. revoked his visa.
Sami Hamdi's visa was revoked. He's expected to be deported rather than allowed to complete his speaking tour in the U.S. Conservative figures urged the Trump administration to expel Hamdi from the U.S., while the Council on American Islamic Relations called his detention an injustice. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell says another interest rate cut in December is not guaranteed after the Fed lowered the rates today.
In support of our goals and in light of the balance of risks to employment and inflation, today, the Federal Open Market Committee decided to lower our policy interest rate by a 0.25 percentage point.
Potentially easing mortgage, credit card, and auto loan rates for consumers. Powell noted the government shutdown limited available data. A federal appeals court blocked a man accused of trying to pay a teen for sex from being convicted under federal sex trafficking laws, saying the DOJ overreached. The government argued jurisdiction because he used a car and U.S. currency, but the court says local authorities should have handled the case. Arkansas may still pursue state charges, but delays raise questions about fairness and due process. Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bells, the Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped 74 points, the S&P 500 lost less than a point, and the Nasdaq gained 130 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
A statue of a Confederate general has been reinstalled in Washington, D.C.
In 2020, the statue depicting Brigadier General Albert Pike was pulled down by protesters amid a movement to remove Confederate monuments across the country. The National Park Service returned the statue to D.C.'s Judiciary Square neighborhood over the weekend. It was restored as part of an executive order issued by President Trump earlier this year. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Visitors to federal parks might want to avoid using the public restrooms.
Many across the U.S. haven't been cleaned since the government shutdown began weeks ago, so the facilities are a little worse for the wear. Some parks, such as Rock Creek in Washington, D.C., have set up porta-johns. Sanitation crews from the National Park Service are among the 9,000 plus of the agency's 14,500 employees furloughed. I'm Jim Roop.
Well, if you think you've lived in a haunted house, you're not alone. Surveys show 1 in 4 Americans say they've lived in a haunted house. 23% say they currently have a resident ghost.
Science does not support the existence of ghosts, but many people report lingering energy after death, cold spots, unexplained noises, even pets acting strangely. If you're selling, paranormal activity does not legally have to be revealed, but in most states, death does. NerdWallet says a ghost in the house can lower its value up to 25%, but it can raise the value if a ghost is someone famous. That is, if ghosts even exist. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Alrighty, rolling into a new day from time zone to time zone. As we turn the page on the calendar, 30th day of October rolling in here. That means one to go. Halloween, of course. Friday. So for all the little ghosts and goblins, what kind of weather you going to be looking at? We live in a region of the country where one year you may trick or treat in the snow or the sleet, followed by a year where it may be 65 degrees come trick or treat time. Well, it's not going to be cold enough for snow in this region, but it's going to be a chilly Halloween. For those headed outdoors, Halloween festivities, trick-or-treating through the end of the week. Nationally, it's definitely a mixed bag of weather conditions to contend with. Depending on the day of the week that local authorities designate trick-or-treat night, those donning costumes may find some pretty chilly conditions. In other places, calmer weather, or it may be a soggy trip through the neighborhood. For the Northeast, damp, blustery conditions, that storm advancing out of the Tennessee Valley into the Northeast. For the latter part of the week, bringing in a swath of drenching rain. This steady wave of moisture, accompanied with widespread highs, 40s and 50s through the interior Northeast. Cities along the mid-Atlantic coast and portions of southern New England, like Philadelphia, New York City, you'll have slightly warmer weather with high temperatures into the 60s here for Thursday. By Halloween Friday, it'll be a few degrees cooler there. By the late afternoon and evening hours here Thursday, the winds become a factor. It's going to feel closer to temperatures in the 30s and 40s. Dipping even lower by Friday afternoon as the winds pick up behind this storm. Winds Friday will be noticeable throughout the Northeast, especially paired with those lower temperatures. So to brave the blustery conditions, parents and children still planning to head outdoors may need an extra layer or two. For the central and western states, how are we looking? There's good news for those heading out for Halloween parades and trick-or-treat across the plains later this week, as the weather will be generally calm in comparison to the Northeast. While there can be some breezy conditions Thursday to Thursday night in the Dakotas and the surrounding north-central states, dry weather expected to prevail from Nebraska on southward through Friday. A shower or two may dampen locations from North Dakota into the Great Lakes. Further west, we're going to be talking chances for rain and showers in the Pacific Northwest starting Friday as a storm advances onshore, affecting cities like Seattle and eventually Portland, Oregon into the weekend. While most, if not all, Halloween festivities will be concluded by the end of the weekend, obviously, most of us will have the chance to cash in on an extra hour of sleep as daylight savings time comes to an end Sunday. Drier weather forecast for much of the Northeast Sunday, although a lingering breeze may still keep conditions on the chilly side. Meanwhile, to the southeast, forecasters are monitoring a storm that may be positioned along the Gulf Coast by the latter half of the weekend, with waves of rain, maybe even thunderstorms rolling in. Elsewhere, lingering showers and mountain snow should taper off across the Northwest by the end of the weekend. All depends on your proximity around the country, what you might be facing for Halloween. Well, hello to Big John. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Hope everybody's doing well. We're at a cool 46 degrees on the way to Grove City this morning. Everybody be safe out there. Watch out for the kiddos running around on Halloween. Everybody have a safe weekend, and don't forget to grab your Hot Shot Secret. Get stocked up as the cold air continues to pour in. Time to get ready for Old Man Winter. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with Winter Defense will soon become a necessity for many around the country. All right, we'll delve into, I kind of teased the headline last hour. As we know, for years, the American Trucking Associations has relentlessly pushed this narrative of this catastrophic driver shortage. 60,000 positions unfilled, supply chains teetering on collapse, to manipulate policy and flood the market with cheap, underqualified labor. This fabricated crisis was not about solving real problems. It was a tool to lower standards, suppress wages, and prioritize the big carriers over safety and sustainability. How many years have most of us been saying that? But the brass, the leadership at the likes of the ATA and many of the big carriers that are their members denied. In a stunning reversal at their 2025 management conference this week, the ATA executed a hard pivot, ditching the blanket shortage claim, but just trying to reframe it as a shortage of qualified drivers. This is not an honest reckoning with their decades of misinformation. It's a desperate goalpost shift trying to salvage any credibility amid the wreckage that they have caused, without ever admitting the original story was built on lies. The ATA's playbook has been consistent for 20 years. Annual reports inflating the vacancy numbers, dire warnings of economic doom, aggressive lobbying to relax regulations. By 2021, amid the temporary COVID disruptions, they blossomed their figure to over 80,000, projecting a doubling of that by the year 2030 unless barriers are slashed. Think along the lines of teen apprenticeships, watered-down CDL requirements, visa programs, dumping unprepared drivers onto our highways. Chris Spear, the CEO, amplified the hysteria on national television, labeling a chronic shortage of talent, insisting that the industry was on the edge of a cliff. This was not data-driven. It was a deliberate mischaracterization of fleeting market strains that could have been addressed through better pay and incentives for skilled American drivers. Instead, the propaganda has led over the years to disastrous policies, government easing of training and licensing standards, an influx of inadequately prepared entrants. The result was overcapacity that has triggered the Great Freight Recession, the most severe economic hit trucking has endured, while compromising public safety. Untrained drivers, run-down trucks, logging illegal hours have turned highways into hazard zones, forcing legitimate operators to cut corners or simply fold up shop. Family-run fleets, once the heart of the industry, and ATA supporters have been decimated, unable to compete with the rule breakers who ignore the compliance and undercut the rates. The truth has always been clear, for those paying attention anyway. No genuine shortage of CDL holders, just an excess bloated by high turnover from poor conditions, low wages, and exploitative practices. The Bureau of Labor Statistics confirmed that in 2019. No secular shortage, only a market needing wage adjustments to retain talent, they said. But the ATA, of course, ignored the facts, using that myth to erode professionalism and safety for short-term gains. So now we see this sudden, abrupt pivot, admitting the lie, but refusing to say they're sorry. Hold the thought. We'll pick up there after this. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, so pick it up where we left off there. For those of us who have been, literally for years, or even decades, been calling out the ATA, for these obviously inflated numbers or outright lies, constantly met with blowback or gaslighting from the ATA. How many years has OOIDA been butting heads, battling that narrative, constantly being gaslighted by the leadership there? But suddenly, earlier this week, as their 2025 gathering is underway, here comes the hard pivot. With overcapacity undeniable, a 45% surge in motor carrier authorities since 2019 versus just 11% demand growth, and criticism mounting over safety failures and economic devastation, the ATA could not sustain the facade. Chief economist Bob Costello had already been quietly deflating the numbers, dropping to 60,000 in 2023 and blaming the freight volumes rather than confessing the exaggeration. But at the conference this week, he went a bit further, stating, quote, "What we have in the United States is a quality problem around drivers, much more so than an absolute number." Chris Spear echoing, kind of conceding, Quote, there's never been a lack of people with CDLs. What we lack is the number of qualified drivers who meet our high standards of professionalism and safety. In discussions on Washington priorities, Speer even demoted the shortage, elevating broader economic issues instead. This sudden backpedal, it's not a review or a revelation of their lies. It's what they describe as a tactical retreat. No apology for the policies that spawned all these ghost carriers and fraud, unqualified drivers, depressing the wages and endangering the lives. No acknowledgement of how their Biden-era trucking action plan actually enabled scams and intensified the recession. Instead, they co-opt the real issue, a shortage of qualified drivers amid an overall surplus, without crediting those who have called it out for years. We know the industry is overrun. Too many drivers, particularly the unqualified ones that violate the rules, fail the screenings, and lack proper skills. Firing the bad actors and enforcing standards would fix that. But the ATA's pivot conveniently skips how their own advocacy made the problem worse. Trucking voices via social media aren't buying it. American truckers posting, the ATA has accountability here. The ATA's propaganda of telling the public and Congress that there's a truck driver shortage has forever damaged our industry. Chris Speer's earlier defenses, like his 2023 attacks, while defending the inflated 80,000 figure, now clash comically with these concessions. This just underscores the dishonesty. The damage has been done. The consequences of the ATA's deception are profound. Their narrative did not just mislead, it actively harmed trucking's economics and public safety, lowering barriers, inviting a race to the bottom, more crashes from fatigue, untrained operators, bankruptcies for the ethical fleets, suppressed pay that discourages quality talent. American drivers from generational businesses got sidelined while the roads grew more dangerous for virtually everyone. Even their latest projections, 1.1 million new drivers needed over the decade, with shortages still being hyped at 60, 80,000, reek of padding the numbers. The pivot to quality is a half measure, sidestepping accountability for the lies that got us where we are today. Again, these are responses coming from social media, calling for real change. No more myths, just accountability. Trucking cannot afford more ATA spin. We need rigorous standards, competitive pay, and strict enforcement to eliminate the surplus of subpar drivers and truly address the quality gap. No more excuses or diluted rules. Carmen Love, known as Patriot, captured that on X. There is no shortage of people willing to drive trucks. There is a shortage of companies and brokers that are willing to pay what the job is actually worth. Again, we've been saying that for years and years. And ironically, during that same ATA discussion that has been ongoing, what is like the top concern for drivers out there? It's economy. It's wages. where are driver wages in comparison with the inflation we've seen? While they try to say trucking wages have gone up, well, they haven't gone up keeping up with inflation. Although in some cases you're making more, what you're having to pay to run your operation, you're actually working for less. That was part of the discussion that had come up this week as well. So maybe we'll delve a bit more into that coming up here. But how about that? Surprise, surprise. And I honestly, I think it has taken the FMCSA's new leadership under Sean Duffy, cracking down on the English language proficiency, which many ATA members had capitalized on for the cheap labor. New restrictions for the non-domiciled drivers. It fits hand in glove. As we shared last evening, the influx of these non-domiciled CDL drivers, which somehow or another had so deeply infiltrated the hauling of our U.S. Postal Service mail, where several weeks ago when they started saying we're going to crack down, if you've got a non-domiciled CDL, don't load their trailer. We're going to have to meet up to the federal regulations, right? That lasted several days before they said, hey, wait a minute. We had no idea we had so many of these non-domiciled drivers hauling the mail. They were missing sorts, missing loads, canceling. They had to step back and say, well, hold on a minute. All right, so if you're a non-domiciled driver, you can keep moving right now, but we got to get to the bottom of this, and I think they're talking the first of the year, probably later, before they can even address it. It's the proverbial shish kebab show that's come to light. So there you go. Your 2 cents, feel free to dial us up at 844-844-3388. Meanwhile, lease with TEL and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Senate has failed once again to advance another measure aimed at ending the government shutdown.
This was the scene in the Senate Tuesday.
Duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion upon reconsideration is not agreed to.
The shutdown has stretched into its 4th week. This comes as a group of Democratic states in Washington, D.C. are suing the Trump administration as millions are set to lose food assistance on Saturday. Meanwhile, flight delays are starting to pile up as air traffic control towers deal with staffing issues. I'm Mark Neafield.
A federal judge in San Francisco extended a ruling which prevents the Trump administration from laying off federal workers during the shutdown.
It was during Tuesday's hearing the judge extended an earlier temporary order stopping any job firings while a lawsuit is pending. The administration has targeted job cuts in education, health, and elsewhere, which the judge said exceeds authority. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Welcome back. Got a lot to cover as we get the new day underway. In the political world, what a bombshell dropped this past day. If you've never heard of an investigation known as Arctic frost, yeah, that's one you're going to want to learn a bit more about. As new documents released this week showing that FBI agents all over the country participated in that operation, Arctic Frost. It was an investigation into more than 160 Republican figures for alleged 2020 election-related offenses. Jack Smith's the guy that issued how many subpoenas? Yeah, this is a bombshell. Big-time investigations will be forthcoming there. Yeah, the age-old question, will there be arrests? Will there be prices to pay? We shall see. Give you more on that coming up. Meanwhile, this past day, 4 major trucking manufacturers set to appear in court Friday, tomorrow, seeking a preliminary injunction in the case against California over what's known as the Clean Truck Partnership, trying to get out of the deal. Yeah, we'll break it down. First, let me get to the Grump on board, get your sentiments, I guess, right up your alley when it comes to this so-called driver shortage thing that we've been gaslighted for years over. What do you say, Grump?
Yeah, they've been filling it full of us, and and the thing about the ATA is when they run their own, and the government uses their statistics, to look at trends and things like that. That's happening in the industry. That's like that's another one of them. What is it? The fox watching a hen house kind of things. But I've read other venues, on and when you kind of compare them, when I'm talking to you about stuff on the show, and I look at several different things, and I never really go after what the ATA says, other than the fact that I guess because I read too much of their and listened to them, and some of the back when we were going through Map 21, going through all the e-logging stuff, listen to them there, how they wanted a fair playing field and blah blah blah. Because when you look at the large carriers in the United States, they make up less than 1% total of the carriers. That's there. We've grown this industry so much that about 97% of the industry right now is 100 trucks or less. They're not considered large carriers. They're just, when you look at 96%, I think it is, that makes up, let's see here, 96% make up 10 trucks or fewer. And then those are the guys that the ATA absolutely despises. Of course they're going to inflate numbers and do everything humanly possible to make it look like that they're just, that this is just a dire industry, and I look at driver wages, but, well, let's just jump back a couple things here. I think, number one, they just elected new ATA, head there. What's his name? Hodgson or Hodgins or something like Hodgin, Greg Hodgin. I don't put a lot of faith in this guy. Number one, when his first interview was all about the Highway Trust Fund and things like that for talking about electric vehicles and blah blah blah, and how it takes 63 trucks back in 1988 to create the same, or 63 trucks today to create the same amount of emissions that was being pumped out back in 1988. And nowhere in that article did I read anything about wages and things like that. So that kind of tells you a little bit about how this guy's going to look. It's I don't know. I just think, Steve, that this industry is one of the largest industries there is. I mean, we support 8.4 million jobs here in the United States. That's a lot of jobs to be supported here in this country. And when you look at revenues, they account for about 80.7% of the whole freight bill. That's because we're needed. Revenues themselves are something that has just been a driving force in this industry. And we talked about driver wages. Driver wages have actually climbed up in the last 10 years, 15.4%, 15.6%. We're seeing guys that are averaging 72 cents per mile. When I came into this industry, it was 22 cents a mile. I worked for a major carrier. Went to work for them at 35 cents a mile because that was the highest paying job that I could find. And it's more than doubled that since in the last 30 years. So I don't know if it's keeping up with inflation or not. I'm, like I said, I'm an owner operator. I do my own thing. I just know that, this market's never going to be right for EVs and things like that. I was kind of reading a little bit about that too, and I know the ATA's been hot on that, on electric vehicles. And, one says it'll be 7% of the market. 7% of the trucks on the road is going to be That's a hell of a lot of electric vehicles and autonomous trucks at that. That's a lot, Steve. I can't see it happening there. And doing away with 7% of the jobs, because they're looking at these things as being driverless, just out here running the road. What are they going to do in wintertime? I mean, they count on cameras, with the roads get covered. They're looking for carve-outs. They're looking for waivers on not being able to put out reflectors and flares and things like that if they break down. Just where they'll just go off to the side of the road there and just sit there with their flashers on until a vehicle gets there to do whatever. Other waivers are running on flat tires. Today we get a ticket for that. If you're out here running on flat tire, DOT sees it. You're going to get screwed. I mean, that's just the way it is. You're supposed to stop immediately if you have a blown tire. But they're looking at doing carve-outs for these things. So are they moving toward this fair system? I don't think so, and I think the ATA's looking at a lot of that just, I don't know. Like I said, I don't put a lot of faith in the ATA, and I never have. I just think that their numbers have always been kind of inflated, and it's made it to look for them. If they gave more of a damn about the trucking industry, they wouldn't have had guys out here running 5, 6, 7 weeks at a time, and pushing that kind of freight, pushing that kind of, and then telling these guys, well, hell, for every, 7 days you work, we'll give you 1 day off. How in the hell is that? It's always some guy that's home every night that says that crap. They act like that you got to change your complete, everything, your whole family unit, your structure and everything that you're used to just because you drive a truck. And that's one of the reasons why the turnover rate is so high. But, when you also look at the amount of trucks that's being sold, what was the fleet down? Let's see, I thought I had that wrote down here. Class 8 truck sales dropped 14% over, since last year. They dropped 14%. But the one thing that didn't drop was the damn inflation on the truck prices. They went up 3.4%. That's absolutely crazy, Steve. When you look at that many trucks that are parked right now, are not, is it because there's a driver shortage or because of inflation? Is it because we have we got a full menu of drivers right now? I mean, this has always been a driver's market. Hell, you know that. If you got a good driving record and you can, not company jumping all the time and stuff like that, you pretty much write your own ticket out here. But one of the things that I've always seen in this industry is, like, if I was here, I've got 33 years right now in the seat of one of these trucks, 4.5 million miles, never had a ticket or an accident. But if I was to go to work for some damn company, they would look at me as though I was a brand new driver. Well, we're going to start you out at 60 cents a mile. And I said, what the hell's the top pay for somebody that's been around 20 years or whatever, something like that? Well, we're paying them guys, 80 cents a mile or 75 cents a mile. But your experience pays for nothing out here. Very few trucking companies will look at you and say, we're going to top you out on the scale because we want you. No, you start out as a new driver. Somebody that's got to learn their system, they act like that you've, I just had a damn cat jump up on the hood of my truck. They jumped off a rock over here. It's just the way it is. I mean, it's the way it's always been. It's been kind of accepted, and I think that's drove a lot of people out of the industry. It's not just that. It's been the onerous regulations, the high, cost of living out here. When you look at it, you got guys that are saying, well, hell, I'm making 65 cents a mile or whatever, but I'm getting 2,200 miles a week. All right, you're spending $150 a week out here eating, and that's conservatively, you look at a meal anymore and it's $22, $23 for a decent damn meal. You got a family at home that's spending $200. Hell, right there, you got to make some money, man, to make it out here. And even though wages has went up, have they kept up? I don't think they have. I think everything has been, went through the roof, and the poor old truck driver is the one that usually suffers. It's when freight's good, they want you running your ass off, and when it's not, they don't want to hear a word out of you. And it's something that they look at too on these foreign drivers coming over here with the H-2B visas or H-1B visas, and how they've changed the structure. Barack Obama changed the structure on how you can own a truck here in this country now, and become a permanent resident because you're a business owner. He changed all that crap. You know, they went from $1 million, worth of investment in hiring 10 American employees, to a $50,000 investment, and you don't have to hire a damn soul. You know, that's what Barack Obama did for this country, on top of Obamacare and all the rest of this garbage that we're fighting right now. So it's been push and shove, and I don't know, man. I tell you, I kind of look at it and I say, well, I'm glad I'm, on the end where I'm coming up on retirement, things like that. But I like what I do, I like what I do. I like the people that I work around. There's a lot of idiots out here on the road that I don't care for. But when you look how accident rates has climbed up, and they can say whatever they want. I think the ATA has kind of held that down too, where they're saying, that accident rates and things like that has been kind of dormant. These e-logs have worked. They've really done their job, and that's crap. That is nothing but garbage. I can look at let me see here. I go back over my little notes here that I got, and let me look at the accident rates. And I'm sure you see the same thing I do. And exactly where where we kind of get into this risk factors and everything else that's happening in the in this industry, and let's see, accident rates went up 2%. Since which is a lot. I mean, that is a lot. 10% of all fatality accidents now account for a truck involvement. That's a lot of damn accidents that's increased. What was it before? 6%, something like that, for fatalities alone. And who do we blame on that? Who do we, I look at statistics, and say, well, how the hell are you coming up with these numbers? Things like that. It's just, I don't know. I tell you, man, it's kind of, is it going to get better? I hope this exposure does get them, exactly what they need to be, and that's kind of kicked in the butt. And it's, one thing that I did see in this that was shocking to me, that out of all the fatality truck accidents, truck drivers that are involved that have died in these rigs, they say that about 3% was alcohol involvement. That's a lot of damn truck drivers, man. It's, I don't know. But it's, I don't know. Where do you see all this happening at here?
Well, with the ATA, maybe, obviously they're kind of under the spotlight, and they realize the error of their ways, the narrative they push. Are they still going to be the lead voice when it comes to speaking to Congress and the decision makers on Capitol Hill, giving them bad info? I'm hoping that they'll actually maybe turn around and maybe go to the American truckers and OOIDA and the real drivers out there when it comes to making the rules and regulations. You think that could happen?
I think as long as they are giving the high levels of campaign contributions that they do, and with their marketing, when you look up the ATA's marketing ability, and lobbying efforts and things like that, they outspend OOIDA $10 to 1. Mm-hmm. And as long as that's happening, yes, they're going to continue to be that voice out here that's going to be, problematic for everybody. I think that's the easiest way to put it. If they had no skin in the game, where they're not trying to lobby for, they were the biggest lobby for e-logs. And why was that? I've said it before. It's easier to teach a monkey how to push a button than it is to draw a damn graph log. They've made it clear that with the driver shortage, we need to look at other venues, and stuff that's making it easier on our immigrant drivers that are coming over here. They said that in a number of different meetings and things that the town hall meetings that the government had during MAP 21. They went around all this. They were the proponents for every bit of what's going on today. Everything that's wrong today, it's at their hand.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly think, and Chris Spirited, he's, him and Elaine Chao, when you look at the first go round of we didn't get a damn thing done, number one, because Elaine Chao is not Sean Duffy. She didn't give a rat's ass. She was all about money and all about bling. Mitch McConnell's her husband, so there you go. It was all about politics. And when you look at what Sean Duffy is, right, he don't care. I mean, he's looking at the rule book saying, why isn't this rule enforced? Why isn't this enforced? And when you start threatening these states and things like that with federal funding, withholding federal funding, they're going to open their eyes a little bit more. But what he did, I think that helped more than anything was tell, states to get off your ass and start doing your job, and we will back you 100%. And look at what's happening in Oklahoma, look in Texas, Arkansas, so many of these other states, Missouri right now, they're doing the same thing. They're out here, making people read stuff, and if you can't read it, then you're out of the truck. I think Oklahoma's is I think they're taking their license right now, just withholding their license from them. So it's, ATA, did they help in that? Nope. They didn't do a damn thing that increased the safety out here on the highway. How could they increase the safety out here on the highway when they claim that there are fewer accidents and e-logs is all that in a bag of chips when accident rates went up 2.2%? What's that tell you? How did that happen? And it just, I don't know. I hope that I hope they look at OIDA. I really do. I think that would be a good venue to look at. Geotab's another one that does really good on statistics. They kind of dismissed the Volpe group. We've talked about the Volpe group a lot, but they were the think tank for actual getting out here and getting off their butts and looking at statistics and going by state to state, on the accident rates and speeding ticket rates and everything that involved, commercial vehicles. They kind of passed that along to Michigan State University, Virginia Tech, places like that that they paid to have to do the surveys and stuff like that was sanctioned by, pretty much sanctioned by the ATA. Let's take the money out of it. Let's take all that money out of it and see what happens. All the campaign contributions and every damn thing else, when you look at who they're paying, who they're lobbying for, and what they're, well, hell, all you got to do, Steve, is go back over Qualcomm and PeopleNet and them and see who they gave all the big dollars to. I looked at that once. I think that was back when you was on the AM side. We talked about that. I don't still have the information.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about all their campaign donations and the ATA was I think there was a big part of that back in them days, trying to whip Congress into believing that, that e-logs is going to level the playing field for everybody. Well, it was just the simple fact that they were bleeding drivers at 130%, most of the time. Their turnover rate was phenomenal. I'd sat one time with a high executive from one of the big companies in Nebraska. I'm talking a big company in Nebraska. We were sitting there having a beer together talking about it. I wrote a training program for him. And, he paid me for it. They paid me to do it. But it was, we sat there for, 4 hours talking about statistics and things that was going on in the industry. And I think a lot of it, these big companies, they have blinders on. They see what the revenue per trailer can be, not what kind of benefits that driver can bring to that company. That's all they look at is how many trailers that we can keep loaded per week. And when you've got 15, 20, 25,000 trailers, and these trailers are making $115 a shot, on net profits, which is probably up right now about $130, per net, on net profits. That's a lot of freaking money, man. And you tend to care less about who's sitting in the seat and how much and more about what's in that trailer and how often you can keep that trailer loaded. And that was pretty much all they were looking at when they wanted so many of these immigrant drivers over here. So, I don't know where we're going to be 5 years from now. According to the ATA, they were saying that by 2034, we was going to see a 4% rise in truck freight. So that's going to create this massive driver shortage.
Right.
And we're looking right now at some of these companies. Some of the other think tanks are saying that by 2030 we're going to have the way things are looking right now with everything that's happening that Trump's doing, we're going to see a 5.4% increase in freight volume, over the next 5 years. If that happens, is there going to be a truck shortage? I don't think there is. I think everything's just going to be caught up, and they're going to be looking at different ways of moving trucks or moving freight right now. When you got 80.4% of every bit of the freight that is moved by truck right now, and that's, a lot of this can be done, straight trucks, whatever, these smaller capacity trucks that can get some of this crap that they have tying up the load boards that are 1, 2, 3 pallets that brokers are calling a load. It's not a damn load. It's not even paying anywhere close to being a load, but yet they look at it like it's a load, and you look at the freight board and you're going, damn, there's 320,000 loads on this thing.
Mm-hmm.
But there's so many other people that's breaking it up. You got
I can tell you this, because we're right up against the news break here. Yeah, based on, as we're just talking about the deals President Trump's made with South Korea, but the trillions of dollars of investment since in the 10 months he's been president, we're going to see growth. We're going to see the need for more trucking to get all this investment and manufacturing going again in the United States. Hold the thought. We'll pick up there after this.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Senate has failed once again to advance another measure aimed at ending the government shutdown.
This was seen in the Senate Tuesday.
The motion upon reconsideration is not agreed to.
The shutdown is stretched into its fourth week. This comes as a group of Democratic states in Washington, D.C. are suing the Trump administration as millions are set to lose food assistance on Saturday. Meanwhile, flight delays are starting to pile up as air traffic control towers deal with staffing issues. I'm Mark Needfield.
A federal judge in San Francisco extended a ruling which prevents the Trump administration from laying off federal workers during the shutdown.
The judge extended an earlier temporary order stopping any job firings while a lawsuit is pending. The administration has targeted job cuts in education, health, and elsewhere, which the judge said exceeds authority. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell says the December interest rate cut is not certain. following today's quarter-point reduction, which is the second in a row.
In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside. A challenging situation. There is no risk-free path for policy as we navigate this tension between our employment and inflation goals.
He noted the government shutdown limited data for decisions. The benchmark rate now ranges from 3.75 to 4%, with cuts potentially lowering mortgage, credit card, and auto loan rates for consumers. Israel resumed the ceasefire in Gaza today after striking dozens of Hamas targets in response to a violation that killed an Israeli soldier. President Trump said the ceasefire holds, but warned Hamas must behave or could be terminated, noting international offers to assist. Hamas reported finding 2 more hostage bodies, while families remain cautious about claims. Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bells, the Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped 74 points, the S&P 500 lost less than a point, and the Nasdaq gained 130 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
In Europe, for example, regulators have approved more than twice as many biosimilars as the United States.
The White House is unveiling a new plan to lower U.S. prescription drug costs.
This is a victory for patients, for innovation, and for common sense.
Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says the FDA will make it easier for biosimilars drugs, similar to already approved medications, to enter the market by cutting red tape and streamlining clinical trial requirements. Dozens of protesters have left a neighborhood in California after what appeared to be a federal immigration operation.
Homeland Security agents with an armored vehicle descended on an Oxnard apartment building early this morning. Video shows at least one person being taken into custody before agents left the neighborhood in several SUVs and cars. The video also shows a person throwing something at one of the vehicles in the convoy. The Oxnard Police Department says it was contacted by the Department of Homeland Security, which said it was serving a search warrant in the area at about 6 a.m. I'm Daniel Martindale.
Halloween is almost here, and that means pumpkin carving and maybe some self-inflicted trauma.
Every year, there are about 2,000 pumpkin carving ER visits coast to coast. An additional 4,000 people report carving wounds, but those are handled with Band-Aids, not stitches or surgery. The damage is done with a simple slip of the knife because a dull knife requires more force to navigate, which makes them slip. The Cooking Guild says to avoid a laceration, puncture wound, or digit amputation, sharpen your knives before carving. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to MetaShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for MetaShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, just like that, another hour underway, rolling into Friday Eve. What do they call this, damage night? Depends on what part of the country you're in. Yeah, so later on tonight, right? Friday Eve, Halloween Eve, where the mischievous teens like to go out. Well, we didn't really cause any destruction when I was a kid. I mean, you might throw a few eggs, something like that. Little ding-dong ditch. Yeah, nowadays you never know. You know, sliced tires, breaking into cars, damage night. Don't forget to lock your doors, right? Take any valuables out of your vehicle tonight. Just better safe than sorry. Hey, we left off there, top of the hour. And the discussion was the growth that will be forthcoming in the trucking industry. And I was kind of citing the fact that literally the trillions of dollars that President Trump has already garnered to be bringing back manufacturing, the auto sector, electronics, batteries, semiconductors. You look at the pharmaceutical companies, bringing hundreds of billions in investment to begin manufacturing here to avoid tariffs on pharmaceuticals. But we're lessening our dependence, much needed, lessen dependence on the likes of China and India. That was the ultimate. The 4% may be a lowball. But then I was thinking along the lines, how much between now and then will the autonomous vehicles be coming into play? A lesser need for actual men and women behind the wheel? Which brings me to the Aurora Innovation, the autonomous trucking company that just announced the launch of a second driverless trucking lane there in the state of Texas. This past day, Aurora announcing the opening of a driverless trucking lane from Fort Worth to El Paso to bolster their existing commercial operations, which right now include the Dallas to Houston driverless route. The launch of a 600-mile lane from Fort Worth to El Paso just 6 months after the inaugural Dallas to Houston route marks the fastest scaling to a second market in the U.S. self-driving industry, they say. Staffing challenges and the difficulty of completing the 10-hour haul in a single day make that particular route daunting for carriers, they say, underscoring the Aurora driver's value. Reliable, around-the-clock operations. Now, the company said that they have surpassed 100,000 driverless miles as they've been operating 5 autonomous trucks with a perfect driverless on-time and safety record thus far. Aurora says they're going to build on the success demonstrated by that driverless route by deploying hundreds of driverless trucks with their next generation Aurora driver hardware in 2026. 6 months out from launch, we are achieving more industry firsts, expanding quickly, paving the way to deploy hundreds of trucks next year, according to the co-founder and CEO of Aurora. So from 5 trucks to hundreds. Now expanding to El Paso, notching over 100,000 driverless miles, integrating our new hardware with multiple truck platforms extends our strong lead. So as far as the driverless trucking industry, Aurora is undoubtedly leading the way. Are their goals a bit overambitious, going from 5 to hundreds? Sounds like, well, we'll see what unfolds. That, again, in the long run, could come into the factor, lessening any potential, driver shortage, which right now doesn't exist anyway. Hello, Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Thirsty Thursday or Friday Eve. 5 days till Election Day. We're down to 29 days. Thanksgiving. A new year, 63 days away, 2026. Got a wild Wednesday for me tonight, coming back from a drop and hook in Louisville. Find out later what the office has for me. Been a rainy night from the time I left home, and it hasn't quit yet. 47 degrees, rolling I-71 in Kentucky. Country Bumpkin checks in from Waterford, Michigan. 40 at this hour. Be safe. Overnight Drive family, God bless y'all. Good morning, Steve and the team from Mac in Canada. Now there's Jason. Morning, Steve. Passing through Medina, Ohio. Got a load of alfalfa. Headed for Mansfield. 45 degrees. Rolling in the rain. Be safe out there, listening, family. Wake up, nocturnal listeners. There's Papley. Last thing I remember is strike 3, year out, and the Blue Jays are 1 game away. Well, I'm awake now. Got squares to roll, buttons to polish, boots to shine for Friday. Back to work the weekend. Finally got an email from the Intel people about Saturday, November 1. Expecting some trouble, they say, so keep your head on a swivel this weekend. I need to get my bald head pointed north and my feet pointed south. Ugh. So what he's referencing is obviously the SNAP program. These rumors and rumblings about individuals taking things into their own hands. When he's talking about the intel, that's the email blasts that go out to law enforcement and whatnot around the country, telling them we're hearing in the underworld is pointing toward maybe some bad actors out there, doing some stupid things. All right, thanks for the heads up there, Pappy. Hello to Daniel. Chiming in about the ATA, said they've been very consistent. They wanted to put the little guy out of business, using legislation through regulating the little guys out of business. Example, the ELD. There's nothing about an ELD that is safe. We know for a fact. When Warner went electronics to stay in business, their safety got worse, yet the ATA was instrumental in pushing that crap, because it leveled the playing field, taking away any advantage from the likes of the owner-operator against the big companies. Just like they were pushing for the speed limiters. Because they want longer and heavier trucks. ATAs never actually cared about real safety. They put out a good illusion of safety. But when you look at the larger carriers, how many people they kill a year, how do they stay in business? Rainmaker, check it in from Thailand. So the Democrats have become worse than the Venezuelan government and the Watergate scandal combined. Arctic frost should wake up all the news media and how evil the Democrat Party, a king, begins here. There's Jake. Today, he says, October 30 would have been my dad's 79th birthday. He passed away in 2020 because of alcoholism. Dad was a trucker for 55 years. All right, sorry about your loss there. Let's see. Drummer Girl. When I followed the contract, Ryder list the contract, and I went with Area. I lost $4 an hour, no overtime, but I enjoy hauling the mail. So, all right, 15 past the hour. See, Plowboy got you coming up here. Pappy's on board. Butch Cassidy, I do believe. Or is that the Sundance Kid?
That's the Sundance Kid, man. How you doing, Steve?
I'm doing just fine.
Great show you got going on.
So what's on your mind this morning, Sundance?
Well, I'm trying to figure out about the driver shortage. How many hours a week are we supposed to work?
How many are you supposed to work?
I think about 40.
If you're doing a 9 to 5 job.
Well, I mean, that's what our 70 hours in 8 days equals out to 8 3/4 hours a day. So if you work 40 hours Monday through Friday, you work Saturday, Sunday, Monday, that would be your other pay. So when you take off, when you get back by the house, you got paid for the time you were out. So it's an 8 3/4 hour a day job. And then we give away our time at the dock, so that don't go against our driving time. If we started doing that, I think we'd have a real big driver shortage.
You got a 14-hour clock, of which you can drive 10 hours in a day. That's not an 8-hour day.
Well, if you do that, all right, let's pick up a load on Monday, and we deliver it Tuesday, that's 11 hours of driving. If it went 600 miles, and then Tuesday to Wednesday, Wednesday to Thursday, Thursday to Friday is only 44 hours between those. That's only 4 times. That's 44 hours. If every load, and that's only 2,200 miles. And that's not counting the time we sit at the dock waiting that we don't get paid for. If we started logging that on duty, we would have a driver shortage. Right?
Sundance, how did you get through?
How did I get through?
Yeah.
Well, I talked real nice to the call screener.
So how's life treating you in general?
I'm good. I'm on this lease purchase thing, making money, doing good.
That's good to hear.
Yeah, if you know what you're doing, you can make money.
Mm-hmm.
But all these companies, I'm gonna tell you, where I'm at now. Here's a little trick, and I'm fixing to get a TikTok page. But here's the thing: if I use the company's fuel card, the fuel, and I found this out the first month I was here, and I fixed that. I started buying my own fuel, but they show that they pay you the fuel surcharge, and then they take it out because they told me, their words out of their mouth, we can't give you the discount at the pump and the fuel surcharge. So they take it out later in my paycheck. And I was making like 40 cents a mile the first month. I started paying for my own fuel, and now I'm making 95 cents a mile to myself. Isn't that crazy?
95 cents a mile.
Yep. After I pay all expenses, yep. I mean, it's not where it should be, but it's, but if I didn't catch the little thing with the fuel surcharge, I'd be running 40 cents. And I talked to the guys who was in my class, my orientation, they were running 2,500 miles a week and not even bringing home a paycheck because of that little maneuver right there. So I just want to pass it on to your other drivers that are doing the lease. They might want to check it out because they all got a way of getting around the fuel surcharge.
Right.
But I stay out here 7 days a week. I've been home 6 days since March. But that's the only way I can get 3,000 miles a week is 400 miles a day, 7 days a week. It's 2,800. Sometimes it's a little more. But that's 70 hours in 8 days. That's all it's going to be, 400 miles a day. So just letting y'all know that's the way it works out. It's a 40-hour work week.
There you go. Well, I'm glad everything's going well for you, Sundance. It's 21 past the hour. Goodbye. Oh, what do we got? Plowboy, what's happening here on a Thursday, Friday Eve?
Good morning, Steve. Damn, I had to follow him.
Sorry.
No, it's your problem, my friend. Now, there's three of them in the trucking industry I really hate more than anybody. And it dates clear back to 1992. Craig Fuller, U.S. Express, Craig Harper with J.B. Hunt. Him and I, have had a few not so good discussions down there at their booth there at Matt's. And then Chris Spear. If they could find a new bucket full of concrete, they're the ones that killed this industry. They've done it time and time, and I'm glad they're finally waking up to the music that they finally had to eat their own crap. I love just pour fresh concrete on all three of them. But I don't know, but it's just looking like what they were. No, I'll get away from that. Were you reading that about that Wabi truck, W-A-A-B-I? There's another one that's going to start between, I think, Dallas and El Paso. It's teamed up with Volvo. Heads up, lawyers. I'm going to give you an easy one. Remember here a while back, we were discussing Warner and the nuclear settlement out there when Warner's driver had basically damn near stopped and got hit. I forget how many millions of dollars that one tried to get into, but okay. Southwest, well, hell, how many damn times we talked about how bad the roads are in Dallas in December, January, February, first part of March? Now, he's got to run that driverless truck all the way to El Paso. You got Abilene, you'll be in a ditch. Pecos, Van Horn, all that gets ice. See, I'd damn near take you to Ruth Chris and buy you a dinner if I don't hear you talking about one of them bastards in a damn ditch or killing the whole damn bunch of people. And these lawyers don't take up shit and grab a hold of these outfits when something like that happens. God forbid, I hope I'm wrong. Go for it, lawyers. You have our blessing. Steve, you were giving me bad nightmares last night when I got off. You closed the show with something I got to ask you something about. Your story that you had out of Philadelphia really got to me. How many people, if every one of them would be arrested, I don't think a damn one of them ought to get less than a life sentence. When you were talking about that block out there in some street out there,
right?
Basically a
24/7. Yeah, you got
that.
You can get your drugs 24/7. Yeah.
Now, how many people has that killed? Not in Philadelphia area. Hell, let's go clear down there to Horse Feathers area. They ain't afraid to run around with this crap in their car. Every one of them ought to be either given a life sentence or a death sentence.
Yeah.
And I ain't going to back down because none of this is any good.
Undoubtedly, all those, for as bad as the scene like on Kensington is, you see the people hunched over, nodding, actually lying and sleeping in the streets, homeless. That's not the only individuals that were purchasing drugs. There's tons of others who haven't reached that point where they're homeless and sleeping on the streets. They would make that drive into the open drug market on any given day and make their purchase to get their fix for the day or maybe 2 days at a time. I guess I left off with the question, now that major, and I think they really had a big corner on the market because they were offering protection for the actual street dealers and whatnot. Who moves in to take that turf now? Does another gang just immediately move in and keep the drugs flowing? Or do they actually begin to clean things up? Have to wait and see. All right, news break just ahead. Thanks for checking in there. Plowboy, you were just alluding to what happens when we start talking fatalities involving autonomous vehicles, right? It's bound to happen. And the CEO of Waymo, another of the autonomous competitors that's really working more on the robo-taxi side versus the likes of Aurora in the trucking side, Waymo's CEO said she believes society will accept the occasional fatality caused by self-driving vehicles. It's going to be the price of technological advancement, she says, because self-driving cars are not perfections. It's not a matter of when, not if, there are fatal crashes involving robo-taxis. During her on-stage discussion with TechCrunch's transportation editor, she addressed the hypothetical scenario of a fatal crash involving a self-driving car. Despite their unwavering focus on safety, she acknowledged achieving perfection is not likely even with autonomous vehicles. When asked if society would accept a death caused by a robo-taxi, she responded, I think society will. Emphasized the importance of holding companies to a high safety standard. What do you think? Will that be acceptable? All right, more to come. Tell gets you into factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance is confident that active duty service members will be paid during the government shutdown, at least for now.
Following a policy meeting with Senate Republicans, Vice President J.D. Vance said he believes more than 1 million military service members will get paid at the end of the week, while blaming Democrats for the ongoing government shutdown. The comments suggest the Trump administration has found another pool of money that could be tapped to cover military salaries. I'm Rory O'Neill.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell says the December interest rate cut is not certain following today's quarter-point reduction, the Fed's second in a row.
Job gains have slowed significantly since earlier in the year. A good part of the slowing likely reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation.
The benchmark rate now ranges from 3.75 to 4%, which could lower mortgage, credit card, and auto loan rates for consumers. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
MediShare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with MediShare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in in with your need. That is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love MediShare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for MediShare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Alrighty, so we mentioned earlier World Series headed back to Toronto. And with the Blue Jays up 3-2 in the World Series. Home field advantage. And I thought, it's going to be mighty chilly this weekend. I checked the weather there. How cold's it going to be in Toronto? I thought, they were talking some snow maybe in parts of Quebec. Looks like it's just going to be maybe a very cold. They could see some rain. The forecast high for Friday is 48. Overnight low, 42. So they're going to be in the low 40s during the game there. Saturday, if they indeed go to a game number 7. High temperature Saturday's forecasted 46. 39. So at least no concerns of snow, but if they do see some showers, like 35% chance of rain on Saturday, about 20% Friday. So that's what I'm seeing via Toronto weather. We'll see. Be some cold baseball. Bundle up. That, of course, can have an impact, obviously, on the pitchers. And all right, see what's going on with Pappy. Polishing buttons, polishing shoes, rolling smokes.
Yes, sir. Steve, you remember getting hands stung playing baseball when it's that cold, man? You hit that ball and
yes,
like
ouch,
you're solid, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Catching a line drive. Yes, sir. Well, I think weather is obviously going to be a factor. Just see who adjusts to it, I guess, right? Even though the adrenaline will be going, it'll still be a factor. Yeah, man, I dozed off, Steve. I had to watch it on my daggone phone because the other night, I guess let's see, what's today? What is today?
Well,
Wednesday.
we're rolling into the Thursday morning now.
Well, yeah.
Wednesday night, Thursday morning. Yeah.
Wednesday for me.
Okay.
So Sunday night, I ran out and came back. TV's, I thought was off, so I'm like, what the hell's going on with the TV? Went over, hit the power button. Nothing's happening. I'm looking at the tower light. It's like blinking. I'm like, what? Unplugged everything, waited a while, plugged it back in, still nothing. Couldn't get it to come on. Unplugged it again, waited several hours. Came back and I had a strip on the floor I had it plugged into, so I'm like, maybe I'll plug it straight into the wall. And I took that TV, plugged it straight into the wall, Steve. Holy moly. Zap! I thought, what the hell? Didn't trip a breaker, but Steve, it like fried the receptacle.
Wow.
What the hell is going on? So, yeah, today I replaced the receptacle. And instead of running two hot lines to the receptacle, I changed it up and tied into the hot and the neutral and ran one wire into a new receptacle. But needless to say the least, my 60-inch TV is fried. So I had a spare, I don't know, it's probably about a 30-inch TV here, maybe 27 spare that I had to rig up to watch the game. But yeah, I had to watch most of it on the daggone phone. Dozed off, man. I swear, last thing I remember hearing is, Blue Jays win, strike 3.
Boom.
Woke up at like 1 o'clock. What the heck? It's all getting old. And what the hell was I going to talk about? Yeah. Steve, I don't know. In any line of work, I guess. Old Sundance, man, as you get through. God love you. Glad you're doing well. We're not like the leftists, are we, Steve? We don't wish hardship on anybody. We want everybody to prosper. But Steve, man, listen, if you're going to get ahead in life, right? If you're going to factor your life on a 40-hour week or a work week, you're just going to do the standard, right? If you want to get ahead in life, man, you're going to be working more than 40 hours a week. That's all there is to it. How many hours do you think Chris Kabelchik put into his business? Do you think when it come 5 o'clock, my 8 hours is up, time to call it quits? There's money to be made out here. Even being a in law enforcement, Steve. I mean, you're not going to get rich being in law enforcement. That's just a fact, right? Some places pay better than others. However, that was my department. We're starting to get up there a little bit because we were losing people left and right. We would train people. We'd hire them into jail. They'd work a couple of years down the jail, and then they come out to patrol. So they got, several years of good experience there. And boom, they would go off to work for another agency and make more money. That was kind of the gig for several years, and now the commissioners are starting to figure out, I guess we got to start paying them a little bit more money. But Steve, the overtime we got, right? There's so much overtime because we're low in personnel. We get sick calls. It's the last thing I want to deal with at night is getting a sick call because I got to fill that beat. Unlike the city, CPD, they get a sick call, they don't fill it. They don't worry about it. We got to fill it. So there's a lot of overtime. There's off-duty details you can work. So if you're willing to get out here and work, Steve, you can make well over $100,000. Well over $100,000. If you want to get out here and work. Yeah, man, you were talking about the 2020 election, Steve. I guess the House committee there.
Yes.
Did some investigation. Steve, listen, we already knew this. You and all your listeners here, we already knew all this, right? So I guess they sent a proposal over to the DOJ to investigate it for criminal. We'll see what happens. God, Steve, I mean, we could walk down memory lane, and everything we talked about on your show for the last 10 years, right, has come true. Media was lying, Dems were lying, but we were telling the truth, and it's coming out. They were spying on Trump before the election. They were spying on Trump during the election. This whole crossfire hurricane, this whole Russian collusion thing was all made up. Started with Clinton's. Obama approved it. You got FBI attorneys going into Pfizer courts and lying and getting caught, and nothing happens to them. They're trying to really weed out the bad people in our government and getting rid of a lot of them, which is helping. But it's a slow process, but Trump is really, Steve, he's got it in the fifth gear, man. He's hammered down, dude. He is trying, and the leftist knows it. Man, Steve, yeah, what struck me funny, you bear with me here now. Some of the things I have been saying over the last several months, I was watching Tucker Carlson. Guess who he had on there? Alex Jones. Alex Jones went on. This was an hour and a half, 2 hour conversation. You know how Tucker does his little thing. And Alex Jones went on. Have you heard of the John Podesta plan?
I have not.
This is the first I heard of it. First I heard of it, when he explained it, I'm like, holy moly. So Alex Jones went on to say, and he said he's been saying it for years, that back the 2020 election, They had plans. It's called the John Podesta plan. Anybody knows who John Podesta is? He's a Clintonite. He's in with the Clintons so tight. He was their right-hand man. And they had plans if Trump won the election in 2020, what they were going to do. And they were able to steal the election and get Biden in there. And so I should have wrote some of this stuff down, Steve, but he was talking about all the things that you are seeing going on right now is what they were planning on doing back then. They just flipped it around and changed it to this election, where they were going to try to have upheaval in the streets, chaos in the streets. How are they going to manufacture this? How are they going to make it happen? And he even talked about, remember that movie I was telling you about called Civil War?
Mm-hmm.
I think Obama had a lot to do with that movie. In the Civil War, he talked about the Western Alliance in the movie. And I guess this whole John Podesta plan, I guess it was published. The New York Post published this. It's not like it's hidden. It's not like they're trying to hide it. Remember when I told you that Governor of California, what's his name? The Governor of California
Newsom
was on Stephen, one of the late night shows. I forget exactly which one it was. And the way Alex Jones said that this was all going to start this chaos over the illegal immigrants and trying and getting them health care. And when Newsom was on that show, he said, we're forming this thing called the Western Alliance. This was straight out, a line out of the movie. That's what they called the opposition force in this movie, was the Western Alliance. And talked about the states succeeding from the federal government. It was. I don't know, Steve. It was. If anybody, I'll just shut up about it, and everybody can go in. If you follow Tucker on Rumble or wherever, go watch that interview between him and Alex Jones. It's an eye opener, man. It really, really was. So yeah, I got a little intel on Saturday. I guess there's, like you nailed it, Steve. There's a lot of chatter out there, right? A lot of chatter. Not only that, probably these paid agitators, right, are going to be showing up too. Another thing that the Trump administration is doing is you're finding out, Steve, that they're following the money. They're starting to go after these NGOs and ixnaying them and going after them, cutting off the money flow. And I'm just waiting. Who's going to be the first one indicted and arrested, right, for aiding these terrorists, supplying them money? And I think that's what they're starting to freak out about. So I don't know, Steve. I mean, hopefully this will all just get washed up. Maybe they'll realize it's too late for their plan. This is another thing Jones was saying, that too many people are awake now. Their way of trying to regain power is not going to fly with the average American. But Steve, there's a lot. I've been seeing these videos. Some of these younger Americans are just so brainwashed. They think socialism is a way to go.
Yeah.
And they think violence is okay if that's what it takes. It's just crazy, some of the things I see these young people say. Now, on the other hand, it's amazing to see the amount of young people that are turning towards Turning Point. A lot of young people are waking up and turning towards Turning Point. They said that their membership since Charlie was assassinated, the amount is just crazy, Steve. And it's good to see, that we got younger people not afraid to admit that they're Christians, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. We'll see what happens, man. But I don't know. The interesting times we're living in, Steve. That's a fact, man. You picture living back in the day when Thomas Jefferson, right? The man responsible for pretty much writing our Declaration of Independence. I mean, he had some help with it. Dude, this guy, picture living back in the day when he was... Steve, we are living in them times right now where this country's going to go one or two ways here soon, right? And we're living in them times right now as we speak. 50 years from now, 100 years from now, when people were talking about President Trump, right? And we lived through it, man. All right, brother, I'm just rambling on here, man. I will get off of here. Let somebody else with more intelligence get in here. I appreciate it, Steve. Probably check in with you tomorrow night. Might be out buying a TV. Get your butt out. Buy some canned goods. Stock up on some water. Worst case scenario, this kind of all blows over. Only lasts for a couple weeks maybe. Things get resolved. But it would behoove you, everybody listening, you go hit your grocery store tomorrow before the weekend and get a few things. Thanks a bunch, Steve. Everybody be safe. Watch your six. Appreciate it.
And back to our very first point, I was talking about weather there in Toronto. I did not realize. One of our listening friends says, "Hey, Steve, the Rogers Center is enclosed, so weather is not a factor there in Toronto." See, shows just how much I pay attention to the sports world, right? All right, thanks for the heads up. So that makes sense. Enclosed arena. All right, atmosphere controlled. Arctic frost. Documents released by the Judiciary Committee in the House show FBI agents all over the country participated in Operation Arctic Frost. An investigation into more than 160 Republican figures. The scope of former prosecutor Jack Smith's case regarding President Donald Trump's alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election appears to have been larger than anything previously understood. According to the committee, 198 new documents have now been made public. Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio, chairman of the committee, disclosed that new records provided by FBI Director Kash Patel reveal the Arctic frost investigation was much broader than initially believed. The probe appeared to extend deeply into Trump's political network as the former president prepared for his 2024 campaign. The newly released documents reinforce Republican claims. There was a concerted effort by the Biden administration to take down President Trump and his supporters. Documents indicate 45 individuals closely affiliated with Trump were identified for potential investigation under Arctic frost. And the investigators asked for $16,000 in travel expenses to conduct over 40 different interviews. Additionally, 111 others within President Trump's wider political circle, including Steve Bannon, Rudy Giuliani, Mark Meadows, John Eastman, Jeffrey Clark, Representative Scott Perry, were also flagged for scrutiny. Now, it was last month when Senator Chuck Grassley revealed on Capitol Hill, at that point in time, that Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA, it was among the Republican-linked groups also targeted under Arctic frost. This operation, Grassley claimed, had been approved initially by former FBI Director Christopher Wray and then elevated by former Attorney General Merrick Garland. Where does it go from here? It's pretty deep stuff. All right, we got a news break coming up. Brain Dead just ahead. We'll hear from Horse Feathers, Eagle, and Room for You at 844-844-3388. For 2 decades, TEL has been helping owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. You can learn more at tel360.com. All right, roll it up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. We'll welcome you into a Thursday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 25 states are suing the Trump administration over the suspension of food assistance benefits due to the government shutdown.
The lawsuit, filed Tuesday against the Department of Agriculture, comes as the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, is set to run out of money November 1st. It's expected to affect some 42 million Americans. The lawsuit argues the suspension of the benefits is illegal and a clear violation of the Food and Nutrition Act to pay for benefits in November. The official USDA website blames the government shutdown on Democrats. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A British Muslim commentator is in ICE custody after the U.S. revoked his visa.
Sami Hamdi's visa was revoked. He's expected to be deported rather than allowed to complete his speaking tour in the U.S. Conservative figures urged the Trump administration to expel Hamdi from the U.S., while the Council on American Islamic Relations called his detention an injustice. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell says another interest rate cut in December is not guaranteed after the Fed lowered the rates today.
In support of our goals and in light of the balance of risks to employment and inflation, today, the Federal Open Market Committee decided to lower our policy interest rate by a 0.25 percentage point.
Potentially easing mortgage, credit card, and auto loan rates for consumers. Powell noted the government shutdown limited available data. A federal appeals court blocked a man accused of trying to pay a teen for sex from being convicted under federal sex trafficking laws, say the DOJ overreached. The government argued jurisdiction because he used a car and U.S. currency, but the court says local authorities should have handled the case. Arkansas may still pursue state charges, but delays raise questions about fairness and due process. Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bells, the Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped 74 points, the S&P 500 lost less than a point, and the Nasdaq gained 130 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo
secret
code
word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com, at 100radioshows.com.
A statue of a Confederate general has been reinstalled in Washington, D.C.
In 2020, the statue depicting Brigadier General Albert Pike was pulled down by protesters amid a movement to remove Confederate monuments across the country. The National Park Service returned the statue to D.C.'s Judiciary Square neighborhood over the weekend. It was restored as part of an executive order issued by President Trump earlier this year. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Visitors to federal parks might want to avoid using the public restrooms.
Many across the U.S. haven't been cleaned since the government shutdown began weeks ago, so the facilities are a little worse for the wear. Some parks, such as Rock Creek in Washington, D.C., have set up porta-johns. Sanitation crews from the National Park Service are among the 9,000 plus of the agency's 14,500 employees furloughed. I'm Jim Roop.
Well, if you think you've lived in a haunted house, you're not alone. Surveys show 1 in 4 Americans say they've lived in a haunted house. 23% say they currently have a resident ghost.
Science does not support the existence of ghosts, but many people report lingering energy after death, cold spots, unexplained noises, even pets acting strangely. If you're selling, paranormal activity does not legally have to be revealed, but in most states, death does. NerdWallet says a ghost in the house can lower its value up to 25%, but it can raise the value if a ghost is someone famous. That is, if ghosts even exist. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
A new day underway on the West Coast as you cross over the midnight hour. Good to have you with us. So start looking toward the weekend. Yeah, of course, matter of fact, you're coming up and we kick off our Friday Halloween edition tomorrow morning. We'll be getting our college football picks for the upcoming weekend. Speaking of the sports world, what's going on, Brain Dead?
Oh, just sitting around here, just working the yard tonight and enjoying some little bit of peace and quiet right now. There's nothing going on, nothing to do. So, I figured we'd change a little gears. Tonight. Speaking of college football, and I hope Grump is still listening, or maybe Big Ed is listening. The governor of Louisiana, I can't not think of his name. He is filling in as the athletic director for LSU. And he said there was a name that was battered around that was going to be hired on as a new coach. And he said, not just no, but, well, you can fill in the blank, was hell no. It wasn't Brian Kelly. I can't think of the guy's name, but yeah, it's kind of interesting, though, that already on the bat, they're already talking names. And the governors also said that they're not going to make a decision until after the season. So, I mean, that's going to be kind of one of the key things going to be looking for this off season. But did you happen to hear what happened at the World Series game the other night?
What was it? What I miss?
This was the last game, and if you're a baseball fan, I'm going to run two names by you, and you'll know who they are. This was the last time that Clayton Kershaw for the Dodgers and Max Scherzer for the Blue Jays pitched against one another. How about that?
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
And they're both old timers. They're both retiring. They're both retiring out this year. So, but yeah, it's been a great World Series. I'm just the 18 inning game. That was really phenomenal. But there's a little bit of news in the NASCAR world now. Now, Steve, you remember we've been talking about the charters and all of that. You remember all this, the lawsuit and all of this going around, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Well, supposedly there's going to be a new charter agreement, and from what I've read from a few different locations, I haven't really seen confirmed what they've said, but they said that each team will get $316,000 per race for 38 races, and you know that's kind of the revenue sharing that that needs to be done. And yes, you have Penske. He's got the truck leasing and the Indy 500 and all of that. Yes, he's got something to back him up on. But look at some of the teams that this is the only thing that they do. I mean, 23XI. Michael Jordan has his endorsement deals, but realistically, what else is the team falling back on?
Mm-hmm.
And and Colleague Racing too. I mean, Colleague Racing is another one of those small ones. They're disbanding their Xfinity team, I think, starting next year, but they're also going to redo the charters. And I think I read somewhere that 8 of the 13 teams have said that they are supportive of this, and I totally agree. I mean, there needs to be a bigger revenue sharing. They're also saying that NASCAR cannot own any teams. Period. They cannot have any. They cannot have any. They cannot have any ownership of any team, and I think that's fair. I really do think that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyway, you got plans for your Halloween, buddy?
Well, seeing as Halloween is Trick or Treats Friday night, yeah, I think the princess is planning on the fam coming over, the grandkids trick or treating. I had the privilege yesterday of putting together, I don't know what you call it, yeah, it's like the outdoor heater that they have at the bars, the things that are 8-10 foot tall, propane. Yeah, Princess, she got one of those for Christmas from her sisters and brother-in-laws, and I got the privilege of putting that together this past morning. When they say some assembly required, they're not kidding.
Oh, heck, I bet you probably about ready to chunk the instruction manual 90 miles away, huh?
There was a bit of frustration, several cigarettes and skullbusters consumed in the process.
Well, I kind of sort of figured that a little bit, but I talked to Dingbat earlier before she went to bed, because she's now solar powered now.
Oh, okay.
Long story about that. The company she's working for, long story short, the company she's working for at the beginning of October pulled the contract, and she's working with Big Sexy now. So solar powered. But anyway, she said she has a perfect costume idea for you. Are you ready for this, Steve?
Absolutely.
She said you ought to dress up as Vanilla Ice, and the princess dresses up as a ice agent. Bye to me.
There you go. All right. Happy Halloween, right? Yeah, 12 past the hour. 844-844-3388. I don't know. What day is it? We made it through Hump Day. I do know that.
Yeah. I don't know what day we're going to have now. I mean, we're going to get... Looks like we're getting washed right away here this morning, Your Honor. It's not been, you wouldn't think it's been raining hard, but it's been raining good and solid and steady here right along. So any place there can be standing water, or there's standing water. I found one spot there. There was probably 3, 4, maybe 5 inches of water standing in the road there. Enough that when you hit it there, it come right over the front of the truck as a wave, and it just went right up over the roof, from the front bumper over the end of the hood right up over the roof. So, yeah, it's there's some deeper spots of water here at this point, and they were saying that there's supposed to be energy in this storm that you can even expect to see some thunder and lightning out of this deal here today. So, the way they're talking, this is supposed to go on all day. So, what we have now, I guess, is just going to stay going right through up until evening rush hour or so, or maybe a little bit after dark, the way they were making it sound. So anyways, anybody coming this way, I guess this is the storm that has come around from you guys there a little bit, and I'm not sure if there was kind of a second wing that kind of came up the coast at all. Looked like there was a little bit looked like it was split up a little bit, because there was some on the eastern shore, and then the main big storm there was, coming out of the Ohio Valley, West Virginia way.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess because of the direction of the storm and what the wind is doing, and the time of the tides, they're talking that tides could be 2, 3, 3.5 feet above normal. And of course, with the wind blowing, pushing the tidal waters in, there's a lot of places that they're warning people to watch out for any of the lower levels there that, you know, are susceptible to flooding. That you know, it's going to be here with this storm. So.
Yeah,
as I say, you know, you get any place like
you've got what do they call it? Coastal flood advisories extending from like all the way up at Newark to Atlantic City to Dover to Georgetown. I mean, you know, all up and down the coast there.
Yeah, and I can only imagine how deep the water is going to be there in Kearney, New Jersey. We had a spot way back in the day. We had a spot I used to load shingles at, Nolan's Corning plant in Kearney, New Jersey. And when you went in, if you went in at low tide, you'd park your truck and the whole parking lot was dry. And if they got done loading you and the tide had come in, the water'd be up almost to your axle height. I mean, there'd be 6-8 inches of water in the parking lot. They expected you to walk through to get back to your truck.
Lovely.
But, oh yeah, it didn't work out bad because, as I say, we were pulling the flatbeds with doing that. And the way the cab over was set up, I could actually walk up the edge of the flatbed, swing around the headboard. Now, I actually ran a flatbed with a headboard because I like stuff to stay behind on the trailer if it wanted to try to slide a little bit and have something to come up against. That they don't use them anymore. And then after I get up on the deck plate, I could actually swing around and actually with the cab over get all the way to the cab without ever having to touch the ground. So it worked out pretty good there, loading there if the water came up. But anyways, how do we get to that? I don't know. Started out with rain and got to that. Hey, with this shutdown going on and this SNAP thing going on, have you heard that Black Lives Matter there is going to go into the lower income black communities and make up the difference of the SNAP for their people?
Can't say that I have. No, I must have missed that. What?
They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. What, you think they're going to sell one of their mansions or something to give their people? No, they're not doing that. I almost got you an April Fool's joke there, didn't I? Anyways, but I did see one thing on Facebook that I thought was kind of interesting, and it was Laramie County, Wyoming Sheriff. I guess they have 28 deputies in their service there for Laramie County, and they're out on the interstates, patrolling the interstates, and they had this one truck that went by the port entry weigh station, and it was in a 50-mile-an-hour zone, and he was doing 67 miles an hour, and when they went in pursuit and got him to stop, I can't remember everything that happened, but anyways, it was an illegal, and
yes.
It was a company that was put out of service by the FMCSA.
Had no license, a company that was not even supposed to be operating trucks. Exactly.
Yep. So it's just one after another there, and I forget all the things that he had on his record. He had a DWI or something on his record as well, too, right?
Yes, he did.
I believe.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yep. So, anyways, just to make you feel safe with who you're traveling with out here on the highway. But anyways, I don't know. Other than that, I somehow on Facebook there with all this wonderful algorithms there, it made me miss Pappy's birthday. So happy birthday to Pappy a few days ago, because I guess we missed that. And I'm sure somebody mentioned it on the show, but it must have been one of the times that I was either in or out, or maybe I was pulling the front bumper of the truck out from being hit in a deer that I missed it or something. I don't know. But anyways, there I did get a note from one of the listeners there that their wives that listened to the show was concerned of my well-being and wanted to make sure I was all right. So just in case I didn't say it, the only major damage was the bumper itself. And as I said there, I'm pretty sure I said that there wasn't any lighting or anything, structurally damaged that, would have to be repaired to be able to make the truck be legal to go down the highway and safe and everything to be able to pass inspections and all that other stuff.
Right.
So we're all in good shape. Never even touched the headlights or anything. So nothing's out of alignment or anything. So no, we're all in good shape and everything. I'm okay. And as I say, the only big damage was the front bumper that had to get yanked back off the front tire. But we got that done. So we're all good. It's kind of ugly up there, but that's what we got there. So other than that, Your Honor, I guess we'll do like Pappy said there. We'll let you go there and let you do some due diligence and
find an intelligent caller. That's a plan.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
All right, it really is. It's a damn shame that this government shutdown is continuing. And undoubtedly, the Democrats are using this as an opportunity, trying to gain political points, to make it appear that it's Trump's fault. It's the Republicans' fault. Republicans don't care whether you eat or not. The Republicans have 13 times, maybe is it 13 or 14 times, voted to reopen the government. The clean, continuing resolution, in other words, maintaining the levels from the Biden administration to keep the government going. And then we'll sit down and we'll discuss some of these issues the Democrats have, like billions of dollars and medical assistance for illegals. You know, health insurance for illegals. Of course, the whole Obamacare thing, the Affordable Care Act, that's the biggest debacle of all. You know, looking to extend the subsidies, which, what is that, something that's $500 billion or something it's going to cost the government? Yeah, those could all be discussed, but no, they're holding on. And now doubling down on 42 million people, many of whom truly need the assistance. Yeah, we kind of talked about it last evening. What percentage of people are pretty much just living off the system, milking the system? They could get a job, but if they got a job, they'd lose their SNAP benefits. I don't know what the percentage is. Even if it's 50%, that's still 21 million people who aren't gaming the system. Many of them veterans, many of them elderly people, many of them single moms with maybe several children. It shouldn't be that way. What are they trying to push? Is the Democrat plan actually to push these individuals who are threatening violence? As Pappy mentioned earlier, talking about the Podesta plan, do they want to see violence in the streets and the unrest in order to make it appear that this is all Trump's fault? There are no boundaries to the limits they will go to try and make him look bad. We know that. Now, when Pappy mentioned the intel coming in, there are apparently law enforcement advisories, concerns that some bad things may actually happen come November 1. Now, the odd thing to me is when the food stamp money runs dry, is everybody's food pantry going to be empty on November 1? Yeah, the day the food stamps stop? There's absolutely nothing left to eat in your house, right? You know that's not the fact. But left-wing TikTokers and social media shamelessly promoting rioting and stealing when the SNAP money stops. One guy fuming over an apparent increase in loss prevention employees at Walmart, taking to social media to call on others to join him in holding down and fighting security to help people steal. It just became Help People Steal November. It just became Help People Live November, he rants in the video. People deserve to eat. I don't give an F about Walmart's profit margins. I will personally hold back a security guard. I'll fight back a security guard if they try to stop someone from stealing food they need to effing live. That's his quotes. Now, countless videos promoting violence and unrest, plaguing social media since the Department of Agriculture warning that the food assistance, the SNAP benefits, will not be coming through starting November 1. Hold the thought there. Crazy times, folks. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance is confident that active duty service members will be paid during the government shutdown, at least for now.
Following a policy meeting with Senate Republicans, Vice President J.D. Vance said he believes more than 1 million military service members will get paid at the end of the week, while blaming Democrats for the ongoing government shutdown. The comments suggest the Trump administration has found another pool of money that could be tapped to cover military salaries. I'm Rory O'Neill.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell says the December interest rate cut is not certain. Following today's quarter-point reduction, the Fed's second in a row.
Job gains have slowed significantly since early earlier in the year. A good part of the slowing likely reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation.
The benchmark rate now ranges from 3.75 to 4%, which could lower mortgage, credit card, and auto loan rates for consumers. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
MediShare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with MediShare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love MediShare and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for MediShare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, pick it up where we left off there. You really don't know how many of these TikTok people you can take serious. Yeah, I'm sure there's some of them that ain't kidding. If my EBT card doesn't load, I'm going to go steal me some food. And anytime there's a situation like that, we've seen it countless times before. I guarantee you there's going to be individuals that aren't even on government assistance. They just take advantage of a situation to do some free shopping. They'll be going and taking televisions. That has nothing to do with food benefits, but when chaos begins, you see them. The masses that converge on a convenience store, hundreds of people. They go in, they'll break the windows out, take what they want. I hope that sort of crap doesn't unfold, but I think some are believing that it could. Like Pappy said, have your head on a swivel. I mentioned countless videos promoting violence and unrest. One woman threatening to, quote, hunt down white people and cannibalize them when food stamps don't come through. Another woman promoted looting and stealing if Walmart restricts their stores to curbside pickup. Now, that was a rumor that we dispelled last evening. Walmart says they are not planning to shut the doors. They may indeed be bringing in extra loss prevention. You can't blame them. Oh, yeah, she tossed in an F Trump for good measure. And that's been the resounding message from so many of these people, that this is all Trump's fault. Others posting videos, dancing to music, captions, it's time to start looting. One young lady said she's going to go to the White House and start windmilling. Windmilling as in fighting everybody, getting slapped, she said, including babies and Trump. Another, we're going to rob white people on November 1. Another woman says, stating in her video, they better start clutching their purses. Another TikTok, or this one's on, these are on X actually, not TikTok, but X. When are we going to start looting the stores? I was stealing before, now it's going to be full blown. A young man in his video says, stealing is never wrong if the food stamps run out. Some social media users already bragging about their shoplifting hauls. I guess some are getting an early start. One woman pulling stolen items from her Coach purse. Another woman showing the size of her purse to demonstrate just how many stolen items she can fit in her purse. Ohio Attorney General Dave Yost this past day blasting Democrats for what he calls an immoral, fundamentally un-American attempt to use food assistance as political leverage here during the shutdown. Joining Newsmax, addressing the growing concern in Ohio, we're talking 1.4 million who would see their SNAP benefits halted, set to lapse on Saturday if a deal isn't reached. Now, Yost said the worry is widespread. For 60 years, we've had a consensus in this country. We shouldn't have hunger being a driving force in people's lives in this land of plenty. Using food as a political weapon, this is a new low. I don't know what our country's coming to. Now, when he would ask about the lawsuit that's been filed by the blue state attorney generals and several governors, Yost said the legal argument behind that case is weak. It highlights a much bigger issue, though, of misplaced priorities with the Democrat Party. What you just read would make a great speech on the floor of Congress. It's a little light on the law. I don't think that lawsuit is particularly well-founded, probably will not survive review by the Court of Appeals. But he stressed congressional Democrats should never let hunger become a bargaining chip in negotiations. We have had 13 times that the Democrats have passed a continuing resolution so this didn't happen historically. What's the difference now? They want to try to use it for leverage. Chuck Schumer's essentially saying, you either give me what I want on health insurance or the kid goes hungry. That is reprehensible. Urging Democrats to step back from the brink, return to debating policy rather than punishing the vulnerable to get your way. We have our disagreements. Yeah, let's fight like hell over policy. But when it comes to using hunger as a political weapon, that's not America. It didn't even used to be the Democrat Party. It seems to be their policy now. Of all the things that we could be arguing about, it's immoral and fundamentally un-American that food is being held hostage to a political disagreement. All right, Eagle joins us here on a early Thursday morning. Eagle.
Yeah, I see all them other callers got in before me, and I think I was before them. But anyway, I wanted to talk about this situation with the you see, it seems like there's nothing going on right now. No kind of negotiations going on with the Republicans or Democrats. Meanwhile, people are struggling to pay their house payments. They're talking about car repossessions at an all-time high in America. People losing their vehicles, and the government is still shut down. It's a complete embarrassment that the most powerful country in the world government is shut down and people are not being paid. It's a damn shame that we've still gone down to this level in America. And then you go back to these individuals in the videos talking about what they're gonna do on November the 1st. See, I'm not even worried about November 1st because these people don't affect me and they don't mean nothing to me. These people, because see, if I was running things, I guarantee you they wouldn't even think about doing what they're talking about doing, because I would make sure they would get arrested and placed under the jail, not in jail. Because like I said, you don't have no right to steal something just because you're too lazy to go out and get a job, and that's all you are. That's one of the worst mistakes the government ever made, was allowing people to get government assistance if they don't need it. I've told you this before. How many times you don't see a guy been in line behind a guy with one of these so-called SNAP cards, and you follow him out to the parking lot, and he gets inside of a Mercedes-Benz or Cadillac Escalade truck. Don't look to me, if he's driving a Cadillac or a Mercedes, don't look to me like he need to have no SNAP card. But like I say, those are the individuals, they should be forced to pay back every dime that they stole, because that's what they did, was steal it. And stole money from the U.S. government. Only people that deserve that, I've told you this before, is the handicapped military people and people that can't work for do their own thing. Other than that, you're on your own as far as I'm concerned. And as far as the thievery goes, the people thinking they're going to walk out of the store with a buggy full of groceries on November the 1st. I wish I owned, all I'm going to say about that is I wish I owned the grocery store and they tried to go in my store and do that. Now let me talk about this situation with the what's going on in Portland, Oregon, and other places with these protesters. Again, night after night, it's been going on night after night, week after week. These people are protesting, rioters or whatever you want to call them, and they're not accomplishing anything at this point. These individuals, they're just, all they're doing is getting themselves in even more deeper, digging a deeper hole for themselves. You see these arrests on TV, people being slammed down to the ground and thrown in the back of vehicles and all that. But these people are not abiding by the law. And, if they would have done the right thing, if they would be at home right now, like you said, like we talked about a couple of weeks ago, Steve, some guy asked me, you know, how can these people be out protesting all night and go to work the next morning? Well, they don't have no job to go to the next morning. That is their job, is to protest and to cause trouble. So if that's the case, then those people need to suffer the consequences for what they're doing. They need to be placed under arrest and in charge for what they're doing, because it's gone too far now, Steve. These people are protesting for a bogus cause, like I told you before. They're protesting for people that are here illegally. They ought to be embarrassed to show their face. You know, I'd be embarrassed to show up to one of these protests to protest the individual that's here illegally. So, like I said, it's just mainly a bunch of college punks that think they're doing something big. You know, they don't have nothing else to do but stand out in front of an ICE facility all night long. But like I said, somebody's going to eventually get hurt. Like I told you about the van incident in California over the weekend, where a guy drove a U-Haul into a crowd of people. Just a matter of time before something real bad happens. So hopefully Donald Trump will increase the power, put his foot down even harder than what he's done already, and totally eliminate this this system that's going on. You know, and like I told you before, Steve, you know, the nighttime protesting, why it's continuing to be allowed, I still can't figure that out. But it shouldn't be allowed. The people shouldn't be allowed to protest after it gets dark outside. And one day people will finally figure that out and stop it. And if you can't protest during the daytime, then you don't need to protest, as far as I'm concerned. And I thank you for taking my call.
Well, in Portland, we do know, I guess it was last weekend, after what ultimately was 140 days of chaos, disorder, lawlessness outside the Immigrations and Customs Enforcement facility there, police finally moved in and cleared out the Antifa encampment there. I think this was like Saturday morning last weekend. More than 30 officers braving heavy rain to dismantle the site, ordering demonstrators to remove the tents, the supplies, all the gear that's been there for nearly 5 months. Since June, these activists had pretty much taken control of the street outside of ICE's South Portland facility. They had set up, again, tents, stockpiled medical supplies. They hauled in refrigerators, barbecue grills, even party gear. They had transformed the public space into essentially an illegal outpost. What the Democrats called a protest was, in reality, it was an anarchist encampment that endangered the residents, disrupted the neighborhood, obviously undermined the rule of law. As time passed, the locals, the complaints had begun pouring in from local families, people that lived there, about the noise, the trash, the safety hazards. For months, the leadership there, the Democrat city leaders, had turned a blind eye. That finally came to an end Saturday. Police swept the site in an organized raid that resulted in 3 misdemeanor arrests, disorderly conduct. There was no large-scale resistance because the Antifa activists, once emboldened by the permissive leadership there, finally realized the public tide had turned against them. So for the first time, at least Saturday night, first time in more than 140 days, not a single Antifa agitator was outside that ICE facility that night. I don't know. As the week has progressed, have any come back? I do not know. But that encampment had become a stain on the city, but it was tolerated by the leadership there, who consistently refused to confront the violence from Antifa. Now, they said instead of protecting the residents, Democrat officials actually allowed these extremists to set up camp, harass federal officers, proving again they cannot be trusted to maintain public safety. They only stepped in when the situation had become literally a national embarrassment. So they sent their police in. Of course, they were at the same time, I think, trying to send a message that we don't need the likes of the National Guard. We don't need Trump sending people. We can handle it ourselves. It is 844-844-3388.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Back at it here on Thursday, Friday Eve, we like to call it. And see if Scrapyard, what's going on, Scrapyard? Good morning.
Good morning. Well, it's Adam Cabin, just making it my way back to the yard. Looks like I'm going to actually get back early, and I'm back in my tractor. It had been broke down a number of sensors. I ended up with a 3-hour D-rate several days ago and barely made it back to the yard with only 30 minutes on that 3-hour clock. And just got it back for tonight's run, and tickle pink I don't have to drive the spare truck. But yeah, calling in about the Portland situation. You ever heard of a fellow on YouTube called JD Delay?
No, sir.
He's gaining national attention. He is a former drug addict, career criminal who, after getting out of jail, out of prison, turned his life around, and he helps people to get off and stay off drugs. He goes and gives all these lectures and everything else. But he's been present during these Antifa riots that have been going out there because these self-employed journalists that they're on social media getting attacked out there reporting on Antifa doesn't want people seeing what's going on and how they're behaving and just how bad the conditions have got. And people getting attacked. He even got hemmed in, and they were trying to goad him into fighting and whatnot. But a bunch of these patriots, certain patriot group, got fed up with it. The ex-military and ex-police and this group, and they went out there and apparently, like the previous night, I think Monday night, I think it is, they went out there and went to breaking heads. On JD Delay's channel, it says Antifa got blasted, and people are getting fed up, and I feel sorry for those poor people that live in that apartment complex right across the street from that detention facility because no one could get any rest. I mean,
yeah,
this is going on 24/7 for months on end. And if it was me and all that, I'd be buying gallons of ammonia and hurling it to the street below, gassing everybody out.
Take it into your own hands, huh?
Well, that back in the day during BLM, a little thing that I took a fire extinguisher, one that you can put the water in it and seal it up and then charge it with air. I filled the damn thing with ammonia and kept it in the truck. Somebody's going to come at me, I was going to blast them in the face with ammonia.
Well, that would have backed them down, I'm thinking, pretty quick, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah, just breathing the vapors in, it'll put you on the ground. And if you combine that with, instead of charging it with air, charge it with CO2, yeah, that combination's quite devastating. But I will not tell you why, for chemistry reasons. But it could be quite devastating combining it with CO2 and, excuse me. But with all this mess that's coming around and all these people getting on social media and making threats, ladies and gentlemen, better take those threats seriously because a starving population is a dangerous population.
Yeah.
And with what these Democrats are doing, trying to get a civil war started, bloodshed across the country. In fact, it comes down to it. Trump declares martial law. Well, that our society, if we end up having to declare martial law because of this, our society as a whole is going to suffer. And
the sad thing is, like I said, there ain't nobody going to be starving to death on November 1st. What you're going to have is anything that happens, if it does, that's going to be people just taking advantage of an opportunity. Let's just hope and pray it doesn't get too out of control. And better yet, why don't we just pass the blasted, clean, continuing resolution, and all this would instantly disappear. It would be over. Washington could get back to doing their job, passing budget resolution. I mean, they've got one damn job. You got 12 funding bills to fund the government. That's their job. Can't seem to do that. I've lost track. How many years has it been since they've actually passed funding bills? Every time around, it all ends up getting rolled into one monstrosity. An omnibus spending bill is what they call it. Meanwhile, lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tel is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit. With a threaded Torque Lock design, these cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance is confident that active duty service members will be paid during the government shutdown, at least for now.
Following a policy meeting with Senate Republicans, Vice President J.D. Vance said he believes more than 1 million military service members will get paid at the end of the week, while blaming Democrats for the ongoing government shutdown. The comments suggest the Trump administration has found another pool of money that could be tapped to cover military salaries. I'm Rory O'Neill.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell says the December interest rate cut is not certain, following today's quarter-point reduction, the Fed's second in a row.
Job gains have slowed significantly since earlier in the year. A good part of the slowing likely reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation.
The benchmark rate now ranges from 3.75 to 4%, which could lower mortgage, credit card, and auto loan rates for consumers. President Trump is acknowledging the obstacles he would face in seeking a third term in office.
Trump told reporters aboard Air Force One while flying to South Korea that the Constitution makes it pretty clear that he is not allowed to run again. He has spoken about the prospect of running for a third term multiple times during his second term in office. House Speaker Mike Johnson said he has spoken to Trump about the limitations preventing him from a third term, saying Trump's time in office has been a great run. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Senator Chuck Grassley says Biden-era Arctic frost probe documents show an enemies list targeting Republicans, including 197 subpoenas for GOP testimony, media contacts, and finances ahead of Jack Smith's Trump investigation. Grassley calls it a politicized fishing expedition. Smith says he's ready to testify publicly. Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bells, the Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped 74 points, the S&P 500 lost less than a point, and the Nasdaq gained 130 points. I'm Jonathan O'Halloran.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
The governor of Louisiana wants LSU to erect a statue of Charlie Kirk on the campus in Baton Rouge.
Governor Jeff Landry says there was no better warrior for free speech than Kirk.
We're going to put a challenge out to the LSU Board of Supervisors.
He made the comments Monday night after speaking at an event in Baton Rouge put on by the group Turning Point USA, close quote. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A Yakima, Washington man has been sentenced for wildlife trafficking.
52-year-old Brandon Takil sold 42 elk illegally on the black market. He would charge $800 to $1,000. Fish and Wildlife agents went undercover and bought an elk from Takil in central Washington. He was sentenced to 14 days confinement, $2,000 restitution that went to the Confederated Tribes of the Yakima Nation, and $5,000 to Fish and Wildlife. I'm Brad Ford.
Fans of Seuss, both near and far, get ready soon to see the star. A hidden tale tucked out of view will hop and skip out June the 2.
The manuscript features The Cat in the Hat and Sing the 50 United States. It will be published by Random House
House children's books on June 2nd, just in time for America's 250th anniversary. Sing the 50 United States is the first full manuscript written by Dr. Seuss, who was born Theodore Geisel, to be discovered since the posthumous release of What Pet Should I Get in 2015. The manuscript was found earlier this year in archival materials at the Geisel Library at the University of California, San Diego. The beloved author also left behind a cover sketch and notes on the overall art direction. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
As we get our final hour underway. Rolling toward Halloween weekend. Yeah, the ghosts and goblins will be out Friday night begging. Trick or treat. All right, Rob, hello, Rob. Got your email there. From Rob's Redneck Garage. He says, yeah, good morning, Steve. Hey, be careful with your infrared heater. I see so many of them for sale on Facebook that are dented, I'm sure, from tipping over. I'm sure, yeah, it'd be kind of a top-heavy thing, right? Not going to want to have it out on a windy evening. I don't know. Princess had that on her wish list. For years, she'd been begging for one. Like I said, her sisters all got together last year for Christmas and surprised her with one. Or she likes to sit out by the bonfire on those cool fall evenings, and I guess she thinks she can stay warm outside. We'll give it that. Thanks for the advice. It's kind of like what your Thanksgiving turkey fryer, your deep fryer. No matter how many times they advise people and warn them, follow all the instructions, don't put too much grease in. Every Thanksgiving you hear decks on fire, somebody had one in their garage, burning the damn house down. It happens every time. What do you say, Pup? What's happening?
Oh, I don't know, Steve. It's pretty soggy out here tonight.
Yeah.
But hey, I like watching this one guy on YouTube, and I haven't been able to find it anywhere else. But he was saying out of those 33 million that are on the, or was it 42 million that are on the
SNAP
food stamp card?
42 million.
That 17 million of them are on there fraudulently. if they know that for a fact, how come they just can't put a stop on them 17 million?
Right.
But I haven't been able to find that fact anywhere. But another interesting fact I learned today was Sean Hannity was talking to Bill O'Reilly. You know, when they got Obamacare started, that they took half the money out of Medicaid to get that started, and the Democrats are the ones that put this sunset on the on this Obamacare stuff, but that doesn't run out till the 31st. So
Correct.
They're barking up a wrong tree right now.
End of the year.
But that was, and the way they were talking, that this was a way to funnel everybody into Obamacare, because once those premiums went up and everything, they were going to have to get rid of, like you got insurance and I got insurance and stuff. And that was going to be their way to eliminate that and go to a single payer.
Right.
And I thought that was pretty interesting. And then I got a real important question to ask you. After you was reading those TikTok things earlier,
yes,
about people going to get mad and windmilling this and doing all this other business. So you're saying if I'm at the grocery store on Saturday and some woman pisses me off, I'm not allowed to tell her to eat me because she might be the cannibal lady?
Yeah, right.
All right, Steve, that's all I got for you tonight. Keep up the good work.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for checking in. Have a good morning, pup. Yeah, the cannibal lady. I'm going to start eating people. Well, about 2 decades ago, the FMCSA attempted to study the causes of large truck crashes. Fair to say the truck crash study was a disappointment. As Landline's managing editor Jamie Jones pointed out in a recent analysis, the study did not determine who was at fault or really why the crash happened. Instead, it focused on pre-collision events rather than consequences. She recalled one particular example in the previous large truck crash causation study, stating a truck turns across the path of an oncoming car at an intersection. The critical event is the truck's turn across the path of the other vehicle. The truck had the turn arrow, observed the oncoming vehicle, and assumed the oncoming vehicle would stop, which proved to be incorrect. Right-of-way, which is captured separately, does not necessarily determine the critical event because the collision may still be avoidable. The critical reason is false assumption of other road users' actions. So instead of focusing on the car that ran the red light, this example turned the spotlight on the truck driver for assuming the other vehicles would follow the traffic laws. Are you kidding me? No doubt we need a redo, she says. The 2021 Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act included a provision that required a study of commercial motor vehicle crash causation. This past August, the FMCSA published a notice and requested comments about their plans to conduct another study. They intend to collect data over the course of 2 years with a target start date of early 2026. According to the notice, collection and receipt of data may continue beyond the 2-year study based on state-specific agreements and then the renewal of the information collection request. At the conclusion of the study, a final report and a supporting database with aggregate anonymized results will be published. Earlier this week, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association filed their formal comments in support of the new study looking at Class 7 and Class 8 trucks. Todd Spencer wrote, "The new study gives the agency an opportunity to drastically improve upon the failed structures and methodologies of that initial large truck crash causation study. He added, this study has the potential to help identify key driver, vehicle, motor carrier, and environmental factors that might contribute to fatal crashes involving heavy trucks. Moving forward, we are hopeful the Crash Causal Factors program will be completed in a meticulous manner and can guide effective safety improvements, policies, and programs. So another study, and if they started in 2026, completed in 28, I don't know. Will the Earth still be rotating come 2029, 2030, when they may actually publish some results? I don't know. Morning, Vic. What's happening?
When you were just mentioning that about the Earth still turning, you seen where Bill Gates said, that climate change, that was all a big joke. Excuse me. So anyway, he switched and never talked about how many trillions of dollars that had cost the U.S. economy, and it was all basically a hoax. But when you were talking about all this stuff here with the food, last night I was attempting to explain how much food we actually have in this country in storage when my cell phone died. I hadn't properly charged it before I called in, because I really wasn't intending to call in, but they kept talking about this SNAP benefits, and part of my job, both when I worked for the civilian government and the military, was inspecting foods that we have in storage. And it's amazing how much food that we have in storage, and why they keep propagating this story that somehow people will go hungry. And I have to give credit there to Indianapolis. I didn't follow up the story, but they already have a system in place to where they will be distributing food to people that know to have different food distribution sites and everything else. So if you see anything about food riots in Indianapolis, you will know that is just simply some of the gangs that we have here taking advantage of a situation.
Right.
Whether that's a political behest or not, I don't know. So other cities and towns and everything else, I can't vouch for them. But if anybody's like raiding a Kroger, one of these Kroger delivery trucks, or where they deliver to the home or anything of that nature, or home invasion, or even say food carriers, that like Publix, Kroger, and all that. If they are, I guess you would say, hijacked or anything of that nature, it's just simply people wanting to create chaos for whatever reason. And what I really have to fault the Democrats about is they keep pounding this drumbeat about the SNAP benefits and people going hungry, which they should know that is a law, that is an absolute falsehood. And every congressperson knows it's an absolute falsehood, because every congressperson is aware of the continuity of government. And they have certain secure sites to go to. One's in Greenbrier, South Carolina, I believe it is. Another one's just outside of Washington, D.C. There are survival places scattered all throughout Pennsylvania. And whenever they first had the what they called the peace dividend, there was some discussion as to whether they would rotate and restore those food stores, or if they would just close them down. I should say the stored food. So why the Democrats are pounding this drum? They know that, number one, we should know what food we have stored, and it is at the acceptable level, so we don't wind up like we did in COVID when they said, oops, we don't have enough personal protective equipment in storage as we thought we had, and some of it isn't worth anything anyway because it had deteriorated.
Right.
And back whenever I was 1967, Forbes Air Force Base, Kansas, I had to go into all those warehouses out there ever so often. And there's a whole statistical thing to where we would sample different things. And I was sampling vacuum-packed food from World War II, and I had to eat some of it. And some of it I didn't much care for, but I always liked to get to the aircraft, the survival food that the pilot had, because it was in a vacuum tin. It had the Morse code on it. It had the semaphore code on it. The inside of the can was made like a mirror so they could signal people. And it had a little Hershey's candy bar and a jelly bar in it. And I forget some of the other stuff, but I didn't mind sampling those. Some of the others were they weren't very good. But anyway, and that was way back when. I doubt we still have some of those still in storage, but we might have, I don't know. But we have survival rations all over the place. And the only thing that I can think of is that they are just wanting to try to stop Trump any way they can. And they have these activist judges that are making decisions that is, well, it's above their breakfast, and I don't think it's legal for them to even be making those decisions, because if you read the Constitution, if it involves the federal government and a state, that's supposed to go directly to the Supreme Court. These other courts, they are courts created by Congress and inferior courts. And when they're trying to stop them from going in and getting these illegal aliens and one thing and another, that's causing all this havoc in these different cities and towns, and police are refusing to assist the federal government, they already have the blueprint for violence. And I think the Democrats just looked at this thing with the government shutdown, and they thought, well, we'll kill two birds with one stone. We can create violence, stop a lot of investigations, and then that way we will be able to stop Trump and his agenda. And I don't know if you got that thing. I sent you a thing about the Coast Guard and everything. It is not shooting those Venezuelan boats. I mean, a fast boat in the Caribbean Sea, I don't know really what purpose that would be serving. But we have so many agreements, also with international agreements, to stop those drug boats, and it also comes under the law of piracy laws and the Treaty of the Seas. So, by and large, they're trying to fabricate a lot of different laws. But back to the food situation, I believe that the Democrats believe, whether it's Chuck Schumer or whoever it is, because it's not only Chuck Schumer, they're all the different Democrat senators they're falling in lockstep. I mean, so they have to agree with him, or they could just say, "You're wrong, Chuck. We're not going along with this." But so it's the whole, group of Democrat senators, because it would only take maybe a half a dozen or so.
Yep.
And they keep arguing about this health care. Well, the thing of it is, in '86, they passed a law that said a hospital has to give medical care to anybody that shows up at their doorstep.
That is correct.
So,
and they do.
And there have been a few.
And they do.
Right. And there have been a few hospitals that have been put out of business. I know one in Blue Mound, Illinois, where a woman worked there, a nurse, and she said basically the people knew that if they would call up 911 and say, "I'm having breathing problems," that would get them immediate ambulance transport to that hospital, and it would get them care. And lots of times all they had was just maybe a bad case of flu or cold or whatever. Mm-hmm. And it essentially broke that hospital. And so then she was out of a job. And
that is the case where they go to the emergency room because they have to receive treatment. They would have the option of going to, say, an urgent care. I have a sniffle, or my little boy Johnny, he's got a sniffle, but they don't have 50 or I don't know what's an urgent care now. $100 probably a visit, $79, $99. Rather than just pay to get a little prescription for antibiotics or something, they take advantage of the ER. But the Democrats want so much more than that. They want the actual health care, the likes of the Obamacare system, the Affordable Care System, insurance for all of them. Remember the quote, we want health care for all people. And no, we do not turn someone who's illegally in the country away if they go for treatment in the emergency room. Heart attack, stroke, they're going to be treated. Brett? Vic mentioned the reversal. Bill Gates, did you catch that? Fox News, I think, was the first to report. And President Trump actually reacted this past day after Bill Gates actually came out changing his stance on climate change, writing that, quote, the doomsday view of climate change in which global catastrophe would occur if rising global temperatures are not addressed, quote, is wrong. To which Donald Trump, posting via Truth Social, stating I, or in parentheses, we, just won the war on the climate change hoax. Bill Gates has finally admitted that he was completely wrong on the issue. It took courage for him to do so. For that, we are grateful. Make America great again. Yes, finally came right out and admitted it. Oh boy, that means what, the United Nations scientific community is going to have to be in a complete uproar. How could Bill Gates abandon them like that? He's been one of our best spokespersons as one of the richest people in the world, right? All right, news break just ahead here. When Albert Comprero, who is the CEO of the far Texas-based Unimex Group, heard about hundreds of drivers in his state being pulled off the road for failing the English language tests, his first reaction was confusion and then concern, he says. As the numbers continue to go up, 6,000 drivers nationwide have now been placed out of service for failing to meet the English language requirements, including more than 600 in the state of Texas. He said there's no directive from the federal government on how they're going to do these inspections. Every state's putting their own criteria, and drivers are afraid they're going to be singled out or stereotyped. We are a U.S. trucking company, but we also have certain lanes we use, Mexican drivers. We want to comply with whatever regulations are happening, but we just want to know the rules or the regulations. It's too general, he says. We need to know the guidelines and how they apply so everybody can all know that this is exactly what you need to do. Unimex is a carrier and logistics provider offering cross-border trucking and logistics services from Mexico to throughout the U.S. Comprero said the recent spike in roadside testing has created a lot of uncertainty amongst his driver, particularly the bilingual or immigrant operators who worry that their Latino accent or their hesitation to take the English language test could be mistaken for noncompliance. They're saying drivers have to have conversational English. What's the criteria, he asked. This should not be up to each state. It needs to be federally regulated because we're on federal highways. We need clear guidelines so every driver and every officer understands exactly what the rule means.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance is confident that active duty service members will be paid during the government shutdown, at least for now.
Following a policy meeting with Senate Republicans, Vice President J.D. Vance said he believes more than 1 million military service members will get paid at the end of the week, while blaming Democrats for the ongoing government shutdown. The comments suggest the Trump administration has found another pool of money that could be tapped to cover military salaries. I'm Rory O'Neill.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell says the December interest rate cut is not certain following today's quarter-point reduction, the Fed's second in a row.
Job gains have slowed significantly since earlier in the year. A good part of the slowing likely reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation.
The benchmark rate now ranges from 3.75 to 4%, which could lower mortgage, credit card, and auto loan rates for consumers. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Let's move on down the line and see what's happening with Senor Heatwave on a Halloween Eve.
No, good morning, Senor.
Morning.
Yes. Yeah. Well, question for Pappy. So, if I'm at Walmart and I'm getting attacked, do I run away and let them take my stuff, or do I go ahead and pull out the gun and warn first before I shoot the wound? I don't know if I'd shoot to kill, but I don't know. What would he suggest?
Well, when it comes,
if my money I spent.
Yeah. So you're going out. You're in the parking lot, got your buggy of groceries to put in the trunk, and somebody tries to steal it.
Yes, and try to threaten me with a knife or pipe or whatever, or a gang.
Well, that's a good
question.
What
am I to do?
I think that's where it comes into play. If you feel like you're physically threatened, and I don't know if it depends on, some states have the stand your ground sort of thing. In most cases, I don't think you're allowed to, defend yourself with deadly force to protect something like groceries or your smartphone or your camera. That's a good question. Maybe Pappy can fill us in on that.
Yeah. And one of our previous callers had mentioned a me theme. I'm more important than others. I should be, first in line or whatnot. And that's basically what the Democrats are doing. I don't care about the rules. I care about me. In the Democrat Party, their me is illegal aliens and the extension to pay for it, which Obama said wasn't supposed to be used for illegal aliens. But guess what? We're using it for illegal aliens. Enough is enough. And these people out here that threaten to go to Walmart or a grocery store and stock up. Yeah, you're right. They're I don't know what to call them, but I mean, you got some women out there. It's like, I need my food stamps. I got children to support. Well, you know what? If you're not a baby making machine with all the babies' daddies, notice I said daddies multiplied. Make these men. Make them accountable for their actions. If you need money, you make the damn man pay for it. Unless you've had so many men in your life, you don't know who the daddy is. And if there's people of a group out there that are offended, hey, it happens to all these entitled people, thinking they're entitled to this or entitled to that.
Right, and we can't generalize. It's
not just.
It's red, yellow, black, white. Yes,
right.
Absolutely, yeah.
But there's always one group that says, we, me. And there's another thing out there. It's a 3-letter word called a job. If you have that many dependents, and you do have, you do work for, to live, guess what? There are programs that will help you out. you will still qualify. You may not get near as much as you did, but you will still qualify. The idea is you get a job that pays for a lot of things, and, you don't need to be dependent upon government or the taxpayers of those like us that actually work for a living. So, that's my gripe for the day. And hey, do you still have Tank's number handy? Because I haven't received his number yet, and I don't know if he's out on the road, but we're leaving Nashville, heading on 40 towards Little Rock and dropping down to 30. I figured if he was out, I'd go ahead and give him a holler and say, hey. So, but, yeah, no. As far as waiting in line, you'll either get to me or you won't, and I'll just call back the next day, right?
You know what?
So
I've got to go back in my email. I totally forgot about that. I've got that email here somewhere in my system. I didn't delete it, but I don't know. That's been about a week ago, hadn't it? I got to go back and see if I can find that.
Yeah, something like that. No big hurry, man. When you get to it, you get to it. And, and I'm sure Tank understands, too. You got a lot of things on your plate you got to take care of before, personal stuff or, passing it around. You've got your things you got to take care of. I understand completely. Not a problem, man. All right, Senor, I will let you go. You have yourself a wonderful night.
All right, Senor Heatwave, have a good morning. Thanks for checking in. All right, see what Blind Man, what's going on this early Thursday?
Yeah, sure happy it's Thursday.
I
was listening to Bo Sturdley yesterday.
Yeah?
On WABC radio at 4 o'clock, and he was playing a clip of two women, and they were bragging about they will never work, they don't intend to work, and they'll just live off the government.
Yes.
Like it or not. And that really frosted my buns because I had to work like everybody else. I had a good career, as you know. And I get tired of these able-bodied people who think we owe them a living to support them. And I used to get these environmentalists that come on my front porch, during the summertime, telling me about, climate change and everything and how bad carbon dioxide is. And I decided to have a little fun with this one woman. I said, there is one way you can eliminate carbon dioxide. And she goes, tell me how. She's really getting excited.
Stop
I said,
breathing.
Stop breathing.
Exactly.
And she, at that point, she said, have a good day. But I'm glad to see Bill Gates, slowly change his mind. Well, I wonder how many other people will change their mind. And I'm keeping my fingers crossed for Buckwheat so he can, travel to New York safely. I don't know what's going to happen to that city if that radical... it turns out that he was from India or something and has nothing to do with the United States, and yet he's allowed to run for mayor. God help New York if that guy gets in.
Yeah, I can't remember what country he's from. I'll double check. Uganda? I'll double check on that. I don't think it was India.
But Uganda?
Yeah, it might have been Uganda. But he continues to dominate in the polls. It continues to garner endorsements. It looks like he's going to be kind of the runaway for the new mayor of New York. And then, get ready for the mass exodus. The people are being forewarned. A mass exodus. The money is going to be pouring out of New York, looking for somewhere else, a safe haven. It's going to be I don't know, is this going to be our first example? Yeah, we've seen it time and time again on a global scale. Anywhere in the country, when socialism has been tried, it has failed time and time again. Is New York City going to be the first experiment here in the United States to see what happens when socialism is attempted? If it's on a city basis, I mean, I pray for the people who reside there, but that would maybe that would wake the rest of these younger generation and so many of them honestly answer questions from the schools of higher learning all over the United States that they believe socialism is the right way to go. Maybe if we see the example in New York, where New York City becomes the likes of Venezuela in very short order, when his policies are implemented, would that wake the younger generation up and say, wow, that's not the way we thought it'd work? I mean, this is supposed to be a new form of socialism. You know, we're going to do it differently. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Our look back at the national champions from 2025 continues this week as we move on to two-wheel drive trucks. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, I'm the voice of the NTPA Overnight Report, Greg Hunter. With 10 national hooks in 2025, the competition was fierce. Due to Mother Nature, the season came down to only 7 hooks for the 2025 championship, and the top guns of two-wheel drive pulling did not disappoint. Now is the time we say congratulations Chase Richardson, as he piloted Suffering Sanity with a fresh new wrap from Busch Light to the Grand National title. Even though Farley wasn't a Grand National pull, the biggest names in pulling made the trip to Iowa, including Chase, where he took a 6th and 16th in the 2 hooks. When the Grand National season officially started, Chase thought he'd get 2 hooks in at Toma, but rain canceled both sessions, earning all that made the trip to the Cheese State 15 points. That didn't slow the 41 Willies down, though. He went to Fort Recovery and put the Willies into 3rd with a pull of 323, and that's where the momentum started. Going back to Iowa for the North Iowa Nationals in Rockwell, there was more rain that delayed the first night of pulling, which nobody could master, including our future champ. On night 1, Suffering Sanity could only manage 6th place points with a hook of 339 on Thursday, before coming back on Saturday with a hook of 327, which earned him 4th place points. And this is where the trajectory started pointing up for Chase. Going into Napoleon, Ohio, the one-day hook was a hot afternoon with the hook happening at 5 p.m. That didn't stop Chase, as he went 305, earning 3rd place points as the last 3 hooks of the season were on the horizon. As the haulers made the trip to Bowling Green in mid-August, Chase was really hitting his stride. The first hook on Thursday in Pole Town was a big one, going 336, which earned him 1st place points. And then on Saturday, 321 was good enough for 2nd place points. Then everyone made the trip to the Enderley Pull-Off to wrap up the Grand National season. And the Willies did exactly what Chase needed it to do: get first, which locked up the title once again for Chase. To recap the season, Chase had 1 first in Pole Town on Thursday, 3 top 5s, 7 top 10s. Not bad for a season where Mother Nature slowed the start. Rounding out the top 10 in the two-wheel drive category were Jason Sullivan and his 2008 Dodge Cornburner in 2nd, only 6 points behind the champ. In 3rd, Russ Nichols had his 40 calls on the edge, only 8 points behind the champ, and 2 points from 2nd. 4th went to Jacob Shepard and the Alcohol Addiction Retapped. 5th was Kelly Nichols and One Fine Edge. 6th went to Mad Max and Alan Kane. 7th was Donnie Sullivan and Big Stick. 8th was the duo Brent and Christiane Seacrest with Nothing Easy About It. 9th was RJ Simon and Simon Says Chevy. And rounding out the top 10 was Joe Frazier and Come Around Sundown. Even though Mother Nature slowed the start of the 2025 season, it was action-packed and full of big distances. You can relive the 2025 season every week on RFD TV with NTPA Championship Pulling. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter, and remember, pull hard.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com. How you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Well, so you committed a crime and an entire year has come and gone, and surely by now you feel like you got away with it, huh? Now, fingerprints on a Red Bull can left in a stolen semi recovered by police, leading to the arrest of the thief more than a year later. The theft of the Freightliner and the Wabash trailer reported in June of last year. Laredo, Texas. According to the Laredo Morning Times, the owner of the tractor trailer initially noticed the truck was stolen and tracked the rig via GPS installed on the truck. The owner found the truck abandoned, called police. Officers then used video from the truck yard to determine that two men had taken the tractor trailer about the midnight hour. During the investigation of the abandoned rig, though, Forensic Identification Services discovered a discarded Red Bull can in the cab. Investigators then lifted fingerprints off the discarded can, using them to identify the suspect, 28-year-old Gerardo Velasquez. Late last week, Velasquez was served an arrest warrant for a felony theft charge, booked into the Webb County Jail on October 26th. I guess he's awaiting a trial date now. Crime doesn't pay. What do you say, Eponymous?
Sounds to me like he should have committed one more crime and rolled the window down and did littering. But, yeah, we know criminals aren't that smart most of the time, right?
Yeah.
But, anyways, so, hey, I wanted to put it out there real quick. Sheets, the Sheets place there, you know, the SHEETZ, Sheets, they got a deal going now. If you buy diesel fuel there, and you got to have this at their high flow fuel locations. You can't just go to the normal auto pumps, but if you have the big nozzles and dispensers there, and you pump 50 gallons of fuel and you have the green Sheets card, because there's the red Sheets card, which is the normal one, and then the trucker's card is green. So you have the green Sheets card and you pump 50 gallons of fuel, you get a free sub this month. I think it might even go on further than that. I don't know. I have to check the date on that. I'll have to forward that to you. But it ended up that when they rang up my sub that I got for free, it was like $12, Your Honor. You imagine that? A sub costs $12
Yeah.
now? Holy crap.
Doesn't surprise me.
But anyway, so yeah, get your Sheets card, go to Sheets, get 50 gallons of fuel, and get a free sub there. And I heard there that our former vice president there that was running against President Trump in this past presidential election claims that her loss to him was the closest margin of victory this century. Like the 21st century?
Yeah.
Now, I'm just thinking, she lost the electoral college vote. She lost the popular vote. Back in 16, didn't Hillary win the popular vote and lost the electoral college? So wouldn't that mean that probably that was a closer election than the 2020 election? Just thinking, Your Honor.
Yeah, right.
But, truck driver doing truck driver math, Anyway, so with the World Series being played by the Los Angeles Dodgers and the Toronto Blue Jays, and now the Blue Jays, I believe, have a 3-2 advantage over the Dodgers right now?
Correct, and they're going to be
where we're at?
Last 2 games to be played in Toronto, so they got the home advantage.
So if the Blue Jays beat the Dodgers, is President Trump going to put more tariffs on Canada? Just thinking, Your Honor. I mean, if the Canadians take the World Series and if the trophy goes north of the border to the Great White North, do you think there's going to be more tariffs? I don't know. Is the trade going to? I don't know, Your Honor. And I don't know. Eagle was talking the other day there about these coaches for the college teams being fired in the middle of the season, and he didn't think it would be good for upcoming prospective players that, whether they'd want to come to that team or not. But wouldn't you rather have the coach fired in the middle of the year than at the end of the year or the off season, so that when you sign on in the off season to start your career, you'd actually have some way of seeing what that coach had done through the end? If he was hired in the middle of the year, he'd at least have maybe half a year that he could show something how his performance was. But if you get a coach that just comes on brand new and he's brand new with you, I don't know. Just saying, Your Honor. Just kind of, as I say, sat back listening and just kind of made that observation. So,
all right.
Anyways, that's about all we got for you there. But just remember, get that $50 gallons of fuel. 50 gallons of fuel at Sheets, and then you
get a free
sub. That's almost as good as being a first-time caller to 844-844-3388 and getting $60 the Hot Shot Secret product for free. But that's still a better deal because that even comes to you for free. I don't know. Just you'll have to figure it out. But make the phone call, see what happens.
There you go.
Anyway, so that, Your Honor, we'll let you go on this. But day before Casual Friday. We'll see where...
Casual Friday just ahead. You mentioned tariffs. Maybe more tariff. I didn't mention yet, but the Senate this past day actually voted to nuke President Trump's tariffs on Canada. The second time this year, the Senate's voted to repeal tariffs on Canada. There were 4... rhinos, I guess you'd have to say, that voted with the Democrats. Rand Paul, Mitch McConnell, Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins. House Speaker Johnson will not hold a vote on the measure, so the Senate's vote was actually just a waste of time. Of course, the president would never sign, he'd never sign it into law anyway. Now, he, over the weekend, increased tariffs on Canada by 10% over what they were paying now. And this was all about that ad, the commercial that was running during the World Series. The government of Ontario supposedly spent like $75 million on creating that advertisement. All right, with that, though, we'll close it out here on a Thirsty Thursday. Be safe. Enjoy your day. Come back at the midnight hour. We'll be kicking off our Halloween edition.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,